Okay, am I now live again? I don't know if I'm actually live again. I don't know if anybody's there. I'm gonna check Opera. Okay, according to this, I've been online for 15 seconds. 19 seconds. Bitrate looking rough. Says it's unstable. Average stream bitrate too high. Ooh, that's no good. Still no one in chat. 0 viewers. I mean, that makes sense. I did go offline. Let me try the YouTube stuff. Let's go back. Do I have a live stream? I do. I have a live stream. It says connect your encoder to go live. Theoretically, I should be. Okay, I am live. Stream settings. Ultra low latency. That looks good. Looks like I'm live. Okay, let's summarize. I was working on getting all this RuboCop stuff to work using lint roller. And then the power went out. And my entire setup just, boom, shut down. Which it's not supposed to. Because I theoretically have like an uninterruptible power supply. And then I hopped on my phone to quickly say goodbye to everybody and be like, here's what happened. That was wild. But I didn't see any of y'all's chat messages, so I don't know if that worked. Anyway. Well, whether y'all are there or not, I want to get some stuff done with this RuboCop situation. I don't understand how these requires work. And frankly, I'm not sure I have the right required relatives. Okay. Bundle exec. Standard RB. That's my test case. Standard RB. Okay, it's broken. That's expected. It's saying that it cannot load such file. Rails lib RuboCop Ruby events. RuboCop Ruby events. Good. Okay, so what that tells me is that this is getting loaded. I think I can delete that. And I can make this cop Ruby events comps, maybe? Maybe I do like a dot dot at the beginning, but we'll give it a shot. Oh, I should test this. Test. Okay, that's working. It's a little slow. YouTube chat. YouTube chat is the wrong chat, it looks like. So if you're messaging me on YouTube, I'm probably not gonna see it. Sorry. That's not ideal. I can fix that. Let's see. I'm gonna hop over here. Here's this pop-out chat. Copy that. Oh, it doesn't see a live chat. Now that's weird. And close this, open this. Pop-out chat. Nope, it cannot find this one. Let me try this. Pop-out chat. Enter video ID. Nope, live chat's unavailable. Yeah, so live chat on YouTube's broken. That's fun. Phantom Glitch says, did stream die or did I miss the end? Yeah, stream hardcore died. Like, all of the power on this side of the house went out. Just like gone. No idea what caused it. And then it turned back on. Nicole thinks it's just this side of the house. Ken thinks that her fan is on an uninterruptible power supply. I don't know which it is. I think the freezer's broken because this isn't frozen. It's just ice cream soup. But yeah, I actually tried, I don't know if y'all saw it, I don't know if it worked. But I tried going live from my phone. But I didn't see any of the chat messages, so I don't know if people saw me go live from my phone. Rails, lib, Rubocop, Ruby events, cop, Ruby events, cops. Yeah, I think I have to go up one in order for this to work. Either that, or I just put this all under Rubocop. Maybe. Not you, the plugin. Can I do that? Theoretically, right? Let's test this one. See, this is the part that I always struggle with and that I hate so much. And I just wish that somebody would handle for me. Because once I've got the thing, I'm good. I can figure it out, I can write whatever the thing is, but this... Ugh. Rails, lib, Rubocop, check. Cops. Oh, that's my fault. I misspelled the thing. Marco Ross says, oh, we are back. Phantom Glitch says, good afternoon, Chael, again. It feels like it's been a very chaotic afternoon. This does not necessarily feel like a good afternoon. This feels like a chaotic afternoon. Me Too says, see, I see a VOD from 13 minutes ago that lasted 45 seconds. That's probably the one. Me Too. When you look at that, is it me? Vertical video, just like my face? There's a cute moment where I catch Ruby on video. But yeah, I hopped on my phone real quick. Me Too says, yes. Yay! Okay, check it out. Our cop is inspecting all of the files. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Okay, so this is return and list template file, return and list Ruby events linter available. I don't think I need either of these. This is the file path. Return if source.empty. Result equals Ruby events static validations.lint. Source, file name path. I think we just need this. And then it's expecting offenses. I'm gonna put my to-do marker wherever I am. Okay, so I'm gonna close this, close that, no, 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 thank you. I guess I don't need this. I'm gonna delete this. Then I'm gonna run this again. Makarov says, it works! It does work. Mitsu says, but, yes? Yes! Oh, the power came back on. Oh, okay. I explained this to Phantom Glitch, so I'll explain it again. I was here, hanging out, power went out. Now power, oh, Mitsu says yes to the kitty. No. Mitsu says, but, yes? Mitsu says too cute to say no to. I am an expert in saying no to cute things. No. 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 Do you know what she's doing right now? You can't see it, but she's like this. Here's my eyebrows when they came down. Speaking of cute things, I attempted to restart the stream a couple of times. And so the first time I hit start streaming on OBS, I don't think it went through. But BCC came downstairs and was just like, I'm here, gonna hug me, gonna love me, gonna say hello to me. And then her aunt and her dad came downstairs, were at the bottom of the stairs, and they were like, come here, come back. And she went, no. She's too cute to say no to. List of the Straight Bar says, if I remember correctly, she's not on a UPS, and the UPS for our network is bad, so no power equals no stream. I want my UPS back. I don't know which UPS. I'm guessing it's the fridge UPS, but we don't need that one anymore. Hey, did the groceries get here yet? I think they're coming today. Okay. Yeah, no, that works. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have this just return like true, maybe? I deleted the template file thing, so I can delete that. I don't need this because that's not our thing. Build range is still a thing. Map severity, offense message. Yeah, so I don't think I need any of that. I think I just need like return true. Maybe. Ben English says, I really should get a UPS for when I go home. List of the Straight Bar says, Monday. Yes! Mewtwo says, my computer's UPS only lasts about 20 minutes, and that's if I turn off 4 of my 5 displays. My thing is, it might only last 15 minutes too, but that's enough time for me to say, oh no, the power's gone out. Let me roll my credits. Bye, everybody. Sorry for the trouble. Wow, look at all the lights that are off. Which would have meant that y'all knew what was going on. And frankly, if that had been the case, I probably would not be sitting here right now. I probably would be like, okay, well, power went off, bye. I'm going to confess this, only because I know it's just a couple of us here. There have been a few cases where the power has gone out and taken down my stream, and the power's come back on like 10 minutes later, and I was like, power's out, no more stream. Okay, this looks great. Okay, so what I did is I just did a return true and everything passes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. It doesn't like my event generator test. That's probably broken on the other branch too. Mewtwo says my networking equipment is on a separate UPS, but that includes my NAS. Yeah, so our networking stuff is on a UPS too, but apparently it's gone bad because the power went out and we lost internet. But sometimes we have internet even when we don't have power. I think it's failing because Ruby event static validations is not a real thing. There are a lot of reasons it's failing right now. Mewtwo says when I have some money, I want to invest in either solar with a big power bank or a generator, but I'm broke at the minute. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Okay. What I'm trying right now is I'm trying to just delete things and see if it still passes. Kenise and Chip says, why did the stream end? I mean, it shows 13 minutes passed, but you've been streaming for some time, right? I was watching you, but I took a break, so I missed what happened. Phantom Glitch says I've done that a few times. Some days it do be like that. Yep. So as I just explained, the power suddenly cut off in the middle of me discussing and explaining something. And so what I did is I went and I reached for my phone and I quickly hopped on a mobile live stream. So you'll see this short 45-second thing of me just being like, hey everybody, power's out, bye. Mewtwo says, can you share what your stream management interface looks like? How do you trigger the lower thirds? Are you talking about the little, this thing? This thing? So that thing is something called, like Chat Ninja, Social Ninja, something like that. Nisi says, yeah, that's like a social ninja browser thing. Something like that. Ninja chat. Socialstream.ninja. Socialstream.ninja. Kenise and Chip says, oh, I see. That is unfortunate. Great that you're back. Micro says, so wait, is your power back? No, still out. Huge bummer. Phantom Glitch says, I got the lovely job of translating from Solar Contractor to parent language in a few months. Glad to be getting Solar from them, though. Ooh, wait. Where is this reply to? Where's this reply to? When I have some monies, I want to invest in either Solar. Yeah, me too. Me too says, when I have some monies, I want to invest in either Solar with a big power bank or generator, but I'm broke in the minute. I want Solar too. Next time we move, I'm getting Solar. Okay. Deep breath. Right. I don't know what is process source. That was kind of nice. It opened it. Process source. Process source. Source. Okay. Override if your cop should be called repeatedly for multiple investigations. You should invalidate any caches that depend on the current process source. Process source equals process sourced. Current corrector, process source, dot valid syntax, process source, process source, process source, process sourced. I don't think I need process source. I don't think I need that. I don't think I need that. I don't think I need that. I think... Lives with the straight bar says, we have a giant battery in the cars as electric, but we have no V2L, V2H. Yeah. Mitsu says, you read it earlier. I guess you zoned out on it the first time. Sometimes I zone out when I'm supposed to be diligently reading your messages. Sometimes I zone out. Okay. Let me open this validator thing. Validator. This is my favorite part about this. Oh. Validator classes. No, that's dumb. Just keep it simple. Let me suppose I can do this. Static. Yes. I mean, no, but yes. You're getting closer. And we'll just make that validator class, all validator classes. This is path. What do they all accept? Is it like file path? They all should accept file path. New file path. Errors. You're gonna return errors. What do errors look like? Phantom Glitch says if you do something enough, autopilot takes over. Very true. Me too replied, lives with a straight bar, hashtag jealous. Yes. Fair enough. But I mean, like, we can't actually use it. Although, okay, this morning, my phone kept connecting to Lyft's car, and I was like, Lyft's, I think you left your car on. Can you go check? Because it would be really bad if like the car died on top of everything else. And he's like, I just have my phone plugged into the car. And I was like, oh, okay. That's on purpose. Okay. So this is errors. And I like errors. But let me go take a look at this. This is my validator. These are each of my validators. This is my error. I have 2H. I have as error. I have as warning. As offense. Yep. That feels right to me. And I think what we'll do for now, errors. Result offenses each. Range, build range, map severity. Instead of mapping severity, I'm just gonna make them all like an error. This parser source range though is interesting. Let's see. And this, I'm gonna need to collect it into like all of the errors from all of them. And I don't remember what the Ruby method is. Mark Ross says, I think it needs node. Oh, here's the thing. Okay, and then this is the offense message. I don't think I want that. Parser range, node. Let me go to error. Cop offense new node. Error. Okay, let me try this. Not that. Oh, I don't have Brave open! I lost all of our Brave links! Oh my gosh. Okay, let me... Oh! Got all our Brave links back. Okay. Create Rubicop, custom rule. Do we have a custom rule one in here? I have lint roller. The about page. We'll close both of those. Get back. Get installed. Majestic Max, saved by Brave. Yes. I'm so glad all of y'all came back. Very glad. Okay. What is the word that I'm looking for? Custom Rubicop rule. Okay. Where's the onsend? Add offense. Yeah, that's not what I want. Node message. Ooh, it needs a node. Oh, it needs a node. Oh, it needs a node. Now I understand. Mark Ross says, oh, Rubicop is a new homepage. There's a lot of those going around. Mewtwo says, I never restart my computer because I hate having to remember everything I had open and recovering tabs and stuff. Yeah. Majestic Max says, we would never leave you, Chael. Oh, thank you. Okay. Rubicop. Same logo. This is big. This is a little too big. Maybe, you know what? This is a square window, so maybe that's why it feels a little too big. Fix and autocorrect. Plugins. Looking good. I like that. I love Rubicop plugins. I want Rubicop to save me from myself. Funding. Should donate to Rubicop. Okay, docs. Give me some docs. Cops. Oh no, these are all of the cops. Plugins, cop documentation. Maybe that's the cop documentation. Custom. Writing your own cop. Bummer. Mewtwo says, I want to cry when I have to install updates, lose power, get a B-sod. Phantom Glitch says, I'm very intrigued to know your PC's uptime. Also, you not worried about hardware degradation? Wait, should I be worried about that? Creating a custom formatter. Custom comp update guide. Custom comp update guide. Okay, let me try this. Node. Offense. Offense. No. Mewtwo says it was 43 days until I got a B-side yesterday. Now it's back to just 29 hours. Mewtwo says with modern hardware, turning it off and on frequently can be more tasking on the hardware than keeping it on. Marco Ross says the build range thing I had built up an artificial node. So that's what that's for. I kind of figured that's what I was gonna need. But then he started talking about nodes and I was like, wait, what? Okay, so this is process source buffer. This is why I need the process source. I already have the process source. Start line, offense. Where's the buffer? This is parser source range new. Build range, map severity. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. Okay. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay, I got it. Message severity. What is add offense output? Oh, adds an offense on the specified range. I guess I can call this, right? Convention. Range. Okay. So I'm gonna need range. Range. Build range. Offense. I don't have the columns. I hope that's okay. Buffer.line range start line. Begin position. Yeah, I don't have that. Parser source range new. I don't have process source.buffer inside this error. Can I pass them in? When I run this, I'm just gonna look real quick. It returns errors. Yeah, it returns errors. It doesn't return like... Yeah, it returns errors. It does not return as warning or as whatever. Okay. Yeah, so I could include process source. Offense. Result equals offense. Offense.severity. I have the message. I think I need this. Add offense. You know, this doesn't even... I could just do add offense. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. Yeah, and it's not Rubocop offense.new. It's just add offense parentheses And then we'll come back over here, and I need a range. And then I need a message and a severity. Yeah, and we'll just say that severity is an error. That's reasonable. Me Too says if you're going out of town for a week or something and I want remote access, then it makes sense to turn it off, but otherwise I tend to leave my devices on. My longest PC uptime was 2.3 years back in the Windows XP days. Nowadays it feels like Windows Update restarts my PC every few days. Phantom Glitch says, okay, so it's different if you're putting your PC to sleep rather than leaving it on and awake. If you're leaving it awake and on, then you shouldn't worry about... Then you should worry about long-term hardware degradation on things like the system drive. But it goes to sleep automatically. XP was a lot more stable, but I still wouldn't advise that. I try to restart once a month or two for updates. Mark Ross says, I think the easiest would be for the error to return the parser range. I agree. Modern hardware can need a lot of abuse. Also, Windows doesn't like being left active for too long. Like months. So my thing is that I normally don't turn off my computer in between streams, and I only use this computer for streaming, basically. Yeah, and the only thing is I don't know how to build a range yet. It looks like I need this. Range. That feels like it could be right. Process source, begin position, buffer line range, begin position, buffer line range, end line. Is that right? Yeah, your line and end line. Guess that might work. Maybe. Let me try. Instead of this, flat map dot each error, and we'll just do error dot add offense process source. And we'll make this one file path. I'm a little bit confused on what the difference is between on new investigation and on other file. I alter my power plan to never sleep unless it's told to, so if yours goes to sleep on its own, then ignore me, you should be fine. I'm so sorry. When you said that, I didn't read the whole thing before I started reading it out. Mark Ross says, add offense isn't available in your errors track, no? Oh. That's true. It needs to be inside. Okay, let me look at this. Okay, this is V1 upgrade notes. That's not what I want. Mini test? No, that's not helpful. Let's see. On send node, node.method name, add offense node, location selector, message. Okay, autocorrector, lambda do corrector, corrector.replace node loc selector plus instance variables, other API changes, upgrading specs, detailed API changes. I want to know what the innards of this look like. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah. Now we're talking. Random glitch, this is fine. It made me laugh a little. Nietzsche says, I too set mine to not sleep. I have processes I want to keep running. I also like to be able to connect remotely via TeamViewer. Yes, it can be a bit more tasking on SSDs, fans, etc. That's why I follow a 3-2-1 backup strategy. Actually, that's a lie. That's not why I follow 3-2-1. I'd be doing that either way, but I can rest easy knowing that I do. Okay, so this is a cop. Okay. Oh, and this inherits from base. No. Add offense. Location expression. Message nil. Severity nil. Block. But it doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me anything. Okay, fine. I guess I have to put it over here. Kind of a bummer. I'm gonna have to put it back here. Okay. Add offense. Then we'll pass in error. Process source. Okay. So we're gonna need this. Add offense. Wait, have I done this wrong? I think I've done this wrong. Hang on, I'm gonna go back. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Here's building the range. Before I deleted a bunch of stuff. This is the range. Here's add offense. And instead of result offenses each, we do flat map, do error. And we say range, build range. Error. We delete that. The severity just becomes error. Make my life easy. Marker says, to be frank, it's all Robocop specific, so it seems fine to keep it in this file. Yeah, I was kind of hoping to like build this out though. And I kind of liked the idea of having like the error responsible for formatting like it is for GitHub. And kind of cluing people into the fact that like these errors are used for Robocop too. But it's not really that important. Okay, build range, process source buffer. Okay, so it looks like I don't need to pass in anything but the error. I can just call this offense. Yeah. This is now an offense. This is now an offense. This is offense.message. I'm 90% sure that exists. Errors. Error. Yep, message. Message, file path, line, end line. Yep. Okay, so this is gonna be offense, location, start, line. This is just gonna be offense.line. This does not exist. This does not exist. Buffer.line range, offense.line. Oh, begin position. Offense.endline. I don't know about that end position situation. Delete this, delete this, delete this. Okay, begin position, end position, buffer. Yeah, and I need access to the buffer for all of these. Instead of mapping, you can just loop over the errors you get back from the validator. That's what I'm doing. I'm just, I'm flat mapping because it's gonna come back as like an array of whatevers. Yeah. So I'm using flat map to get rid of all the nils and all that sort of stuff. Does flat map get rid of nils? Actually, big question. Flat map. Ruby. Micro says, but then you need to map on line 40. Yeah. No, stop. Just take me to the API documentation, the correct one. None of these are the correct ones. None of these are the actual Ruby documentation. This is API doc, which is not. This is Medium. This is Reddit. This is rubydoc.info. At least that one used to be it. RubyLang. rubylang.org docs. Yes. Okay. Flat map. What are you doing? No, I don't want that. What is this? No, this is not right. Yes. Yes. Flat map. There we go. Returns an array of flattened objects returned by the block. The block given calls the block with successive elements. Returns a flattened array of objects returned by the block. No block given. Collect cat. This does not answer my question. Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna run this, and then in another one. Bin! Rails! C! Array! 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 Comma. Comma. 1, 2, nil. 1, nil, 2. Empty array. 3, 4, 5. Oh, hang on. Flat map. Underscore dot to s. That's not helpful. Inspect. That's not helpful either. McGraw says, you mean flatten? It says that I can use, it says, oh. Hang on. Oh. 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 Oh, that doesn't do what I thought it did. That doesn't. I thought. Hang on. That's not. I don't think that's what I was looking for. Yes, I meant flatten. This is why I write tests. Okay. Okay, and that also doesn't get rid of nils, but it does get rid of empty arrays, and so I think that that's good because I'm not going to have any nils. She said. Okay, for a second, the first time I read it, I saw compact, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, I'll compact. But then you said it again really quickly, and I didn't see the typo, so I thought it was just like compact, compact, compact. And I was like, yeah, okay, fine, I'll compact. There should be something that does that. Okay, let me do this. I got this range, I got this build range. It's nice and slim. Yeah, that feels good. Okay. None of this stuff. Ooh, you don't like that? Let's try it again. Yeah, you didn't like that. Okay. An error occurred while Ruby Events Validation Comps was inspecting Rails erblint.yaml. Good. Not good. Which error is it? But also, we should probably just clarify that this only runs on the event data in the defaults. I'm okay with excluding all YAML. I'm just kidding. Hey, data. Micro says, but I think if you just do each on the errors, you don't need any of these intermediate arrays. I don't, but I want to do it on the end. And Monkey Man says, hello everyone. Afternoon, ma'am. Afternoon. Is that ridiculous? I think that's ridiculous. I think I'm being ridiculous. I think I could take these errors and I could call this on it right there and just do my dot each. Is that gonna have any sort of output? No, because it's just gonna add the offense to the range itself. And it's true. It's true. I could get the offense. Yeah, I could get the offense. Build offense. Offense. Yes. Yeah, right, you win. Errors dot each. Yeah. I'm so cold. Okay, let's try this again. Run it. Do I expect this to work? Yes. Do you expect it to work? Start prediction. All right, I'm running the prediction. Macro says no. That was a short one. I hope that y'all got your prediction in quick. I need to pick the thing. I need to. Ugh. Okay, end submissions. Choose outcome. Red. Microsoft's file path versus path. File path versus path. That's an easy one. Okay, now I'm gonna run the prediction again. It's been glitches, you know I'm not very smart, but that don't look so good. We're gonna try it again. Start prediction. Makara says, if only we had types. No! You don't need types! Types is not gonna help you. Types just means that I would get the exact, like, I would get this error, but it would tell me that wasn't a file. And I would be like, what do you mean that wasn't a file? And they'd be like, that wasn't a file. And I would be like, it's file path. Although an error occurred while this was inspecting this is really not much better. Okay, we're gonna run it again. I hope you get your predictions in. I'm gonna sneak upstairs and I'm gonna get myself another little chocolate ice cream. And if it passes, it's gonna be celebratory. And if it fails, then it's going to be my consolation prize. No! And the Reds have it. Okay, now what is this error? To see the complete backtrace, run Rubocop-D. Okay. I'm just gonna run it on like one file. Okay, it failed. And here's the full stack trace. No such file or directory. Data exo Ruby Vancouver 2026 event.yaml. That's not a file. Get process source. No such file or directory. Might be worth passing D leading slash. Error occurred. Static. I'm just gonna say, this is another easy one to fix. I'm very happy with this. All I have to do is go here, put 2 colons, and I'm good to go. Right on my chin. Micro says, I think you need to require it. I don't think I do. Wait, let me look at this. Because I didn't need to do it in any of the generators. I'm gonna do it anyway, though. I'm gonna do it just in case. Let me go look at how the generators do this. Event base. Require Rails generators. Yeah, it doesn't require anything. And I use the static event there. Do I need to require RuboCop? That's pretty silly. Makes more sense than this, though. Micro says the generators load the whole app. That's... I think the RuboCop rules do too. Do they not? Why would they load it and this wouldn't? Acquire And I'm curious if it's gonna get the errors and stuff like that. I have a bunch of files that I need to include. Let me see. Cannot load static validators validator. Why does it keep wanting me to require Ruby events? I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that even exists. I don't think that exists. I think it just made it up. Yeah, Ruby events does not exist. You could try to require relative config environment. Should work to start with. Nope. That's the right name. This is the nonsense AI is good at. Micro, meh. Just meh. No, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, once I have the thing, it goes fine. I could build you 6 validators, 1 for each file type, and I could get them all nice and configured in rubocop.yaml. But like this part is the part that is so frustrating and annoying and hard, and I don't know why it's not finding my why it's not finding my generator, my validator. Then require relative with the right number of ... it is. Initialize constant static. Is it because it's an app model static validator's validator? No, that can't be it. Rails generator. That's Thor. I don't want Thor. Yes. Generators. Lib Rails generators. Base. Require Thor group. Base Thor group. There's nothing in here about the thing. Because it doesn't use module static, but the class shorthand. But the thing is, this is what I'm trying to figure out that's like driving me a little... So like, not the event generator. Not talk, not venue. Event base. So I'm using static event right here inside this thing, which requires Rails generators. What's in Rails generators? Is that my require? No wait, hang on. I want that part back. No, I want it back. Control Shift T. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So if I go in here, bin Rails generators. There's like nothing in here. Ah, here it is. Require Rails generator space. Rails generators generated attributes. So that's generator space. And that's all this has. This is like the naming bits. So like where are you importing it? Require Rails generators. Rails generator. Nope. Those are the generators. My guess is the generators load the whole app. Yes! I don't mind loading up the whole app. I want to load up the whole app. Versus standard is a single pure CLI that doesn't know about your app. We can make it know about the whole app. That's why you need the config environment. But the config environment isn't working. It's in my lib folder. Oh, is it because it's standard calling it and not bin Rails? So like if I was doing bin Rails standard, it would know. Oh, if I was doing bin Rails standard, it would know. Oh. I just don't know if config environment is the right one. But at least now I understand why I'm getting it. Require relative. This one I want to generate. I want a generator for everything. I want a generator for Robocop rules. I want a generator for like this plugin. Cannot load such file Rails lib config environments. Cold. Margaret says, or maybe one more. It passed! Let's put an error in it. Okay, what sort of error are we gonna put? I don't know. Let's just do like a key that doesn't exist. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Alt click. Yeah. Yes. I'm not gonna look. Object property at is the disallowed additional property at yes. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this. What is it? It's like standard. Let's find an actual validation and not a schema one. Actual validations. What are some actual validations? Validations. I have forgotten what all of my validations are. Unique speakers field. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me go back to event. Let me go to like, oh yeah, you don't have videos yet, but you have you don't have videos yet. You have videos. Excellent. Okay. Old friend. It didn't do the thing. It didn't do the thing with the standard RB. Also, my hands are cold. Oh, I don't even know. Standard. Use Ruby standard style. Speaker old friend not found in data speakers.yaml. Sweet. But where's my thing? Do I have standard RB installed? I have standard RB installed. Settings. Where are my errors? There's only one button! My girl says, I think it crashed earlier. It did! It did crash earlier! Disable. Enable. Did that work? Pooh. Disable. Reload window. Every time it does this, I'm like, what if it doesn't connect? And then it does, and I'm like, oh, thank goodness. Okay, enable. Ruby LSP is indexing. What if the Ruby, what if the standard RB doesn't run on other non-Ruby files? Rename. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that would work. What if I do ERB.yaml? No. Rename. Okay, and now let me go to default. Well, I don't even know if this is working. Rename. Let me go find like a Ruby file like error. Yeah, it's working. Nagara says, what if the parser range is wrong? Never. Not possible. Actually, look, it tells me what line it's on. It says 15.1. Is that right? Is that doable? That's doable. Yeah, 15. Video. Yeah, it's 15. I got the line. Maybe it needs to go to the end. What if it needs to go to the end? What if it needs to go to the end? What if it needs to go to the end? What if it needs to go to the end? What if it needs to go to the end? What if the robots were right? No, get out of here. I don't want you. I don't need you. I don't even need you. Turn it again. Come on. End line +1. Let me try this. I don't see anything. Let me do something that's broken on multiple lines, maybe? What's something that can be broken on multiple lines? What's something that can be broken on multiple lines? That we have a validation for. Mike Ross says it could be that the standard extension only yields the offenses in RB files. That's what I just said! You know what? This is doing this. It's not calling standard RB. We did all that for nothing. We did all that for nothing. Marco says, huh? Look, it's not right here. Okay, hang on. If I go here, it's got standard, and it tells me like, oh, here's what's happening with standard, and here's the thing it's doing. It doesn't have the standard extension. Okay, let me run this again. I'm gonna run the whole. Wait, what are you doing? Yes. That's not a real file. That file doesn't exist anymore. They would like you to rerun standard. Okay, it doesn't want to rerun. Let me get on here. This is the wrong type of file. Hang on. Microsoft says, not sure I follow. It's the extension and it'll call it on ERB. So if I do yaml.rb, it'll do that. But it won't do like any of the others. It's not gonna do the inlines because they're not Ruby files. Could try to check that checkbox for it running it using bundle exec. Settings. Run unless the bundle excludes standard. Run only via bundler, never globally. Absolute path to standard RB executable overrides default search order, and if missing, will not run standard via bundler or a standard executable. Okay. Only via bundler, never globally. On the other hand, I can actually modify that. I have zero faith in this. No. I have it on 2 different lines now. It doesn't show up in problems either. Does the extension show if you add like Rubocop Rails as a plugin? Couldn't create connection to server. Could not load such a file, Rubocop Rails. That's unexpected, actually. Regress says, oh, hold on. Isn't it that? You need to put quotes on the class name. It runs it. Like it correctly runs it, and we're seeing the errors. So like if I do if I get rid of this. So like if I do bundle exec standard RB. But the syntax highlighting is broken for the Rubocop Rails. Oh, I probably do need to put quotes on it. But like if we look here, like it's doing the thing. Like it's calling them. It's just not surfacing those. I bet I do need to put Rubocop Rails though. No, I didn't like that. I'm so sad. Doesn't like that. Microsoft says we might not have the gem. What gem? Standard? Standard's running. And like I said, like it does the thing. It just doesn't. Yeah, Microsoft says, but yeah, it works. I think it might just be the extension. I think it's the extension. Microsoft says Rubocop Rails. Ah, yeah. We don't have the Rubocop Rails gem. That makes sense, yeah. I'm so sad. I died and none of y'all are gonna comfort me. Excuse me. Here I am, dead in my chair. Nobody has any concerns. Nobody's worried. Bad chat. Phantom Blizzard even posture check. Acha. This guy. 1, comma. 2. No, not 2. I'm so sad. Yes. 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 git commit -pm working Rubocop for YAML files. But standard doesn't show the errors. And then we do the sad face. Yeah. Git push. What's my branch? Good. No, not good. Git switch -c Rubocop. Marco Ross says, I just blame dev containers. I just blame you! You told me this was a good idea! I knew this was a bad idea. I knew this was a bad idea. I knew this was a bad idea from the beginning. I was like, this is a bad idea. I should do the research before stream and investigate. And I've got other stuff to do, like dealing with these kind talks. Margaret says, push it up. I am gonna push it up. I'm just gonna put it on a different branch. Phantom Glitch says, we know you can't die, Chael the Wizard Codes. I think it's a wizard's never late, not a wizard can't die. I'm pretty sure Gandalf does die. Git switch -c Rubocop validators. Poo. Git push. GHPR new. Rubocop YAML validations. What? Rude. It won't connect. What a jerk. My grass is I'll pull it. Watch it work on the first try. Clear shot. I want a clear shot. It's not gonna work. Why would it work on yours and it's not gonna work on mine? Okay. Validate data ** star.yaml with Rubocop. This PR would allow us to capture. What's what I'm looking for? Phantom Glitch's dev containers. Sorry, Chael, but I'm banging against you on this one. It's not dev containers. This PR would allow us to capture validation errors in the data files using Rubocop. But the VS Code extensions only run on Ruby files. So we can't see them anyway. It's sob. So we can't see the errors in line anyway. Micros is what's the inverse of works on my machine. Oh, my YAML stuff works fine. Bundle exec standard RB. Make an error that breaks one of our validations. Let me capture all the references for this. Add non-default kind in videos.yaml and add validator. Lint roller. Well, now I can close that. Close that. What's this? I don't need to tell people I don't remember how flatten works. Let's see what we got over here. Everybody who got reference gets a credit. That's just from the other one. Okay. Draft pull request. I think I have a little secret call out in there. If anybody is curious about this, there's the PR. And I have no access to the YouTube chat. I'm gonna actually take a second to see if I can get that working again. There we go. Good news. Nobody has said anything in the YouTube chat. We're all good. Okay. Get branch. Get checkout. Nope. Get branch dash D. Get rid of that. Get switch branches to use validations array. Get restore VS Code settings. Get restore data axle ruby videos.yaml. Now can I go back to the validations array? What do you mean? I can't rebase? Get fetch. Okay. Connection refused. This is... Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, I'm so mad. It is my... That one is my fault. Okay, I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna reopen VS Code. Regresses, I cannot load such a file. LibRuboCop events plugin. Don't know why I would do that. I think I gave you it. Let me see. When the dev container loads up, I'll make sure. Push Toy says, do you love Ruby? If I didn't, I wouldn't have been doing it for the last 10 years as a job. And since 2019 in my free time. That's 7 years, y'all. In October, I will have been streaming for 7 years. That's crazy. I don't even look like I've been working for 7 years. I look so young. This is the perfect amount of ice cream for dessert. It says it's installing the server. I'm deeply concerned. It's also not showing the log. This is very concerning. Push choices. How much do you use the message syntax for function calls? What do you mean? I know methods are technically called messages. Do you mean like send? I never use send. Oh, it updated VS Code. Okay. Come on. Yes. Yeah, that works. Push choice says yes, and I forgot what it's called. Microsoft goes, oh! I swear, if you figure out how this works. Okay, let me see real quick. Yes, that's the validator. This is just making sure I can access it and auto load. Validations. Yep. There's the cops. There's the defaults. Here's the plugin. So it should have the plugin because it's right there. Here's me updating validate.rake. That has nothing to do with this and really could be excluded. There's the standard.rb. Okay, I'm gonna go back over here. Good. Now I'm going to open this one. What are your errors? You don't like the fact that I have an empty line between method definitions. Bin. Lint. Minecraft says, I think it doesn't report it when you run bundle exec standard RB without any arbs. Push choices, what other languages have you learned? Did you ever use Pascal or Basic? I've never used Pascal or Basic. I've done Python, I've done Rust, I've done Java, C, I've done ESP.NET, C#.NET, all of the templating languages. I think it doesn't report it when you run bundle exec standard RB without any args. Like it doesn't... Okay, I don't get this one. Because that's what I was running. We should stop exporting these JSON schemas. At least until we get the same results in all of them. Yeah, because right now every time I run binlint, it changes my event schema.json. Okay. And in test, ooh, recording date must not be set for an event that has not started yet. That's exciting. I like that. Event generator test 153. 143. Event generator test. That's for 2027. That's for 2028. Oh, that should be fine. Let's make this 2021. And you know what? While I'm here, we'll just do it. Eliminate validated file. About 10. Yeah, I can grab 10. It'll be fine. I'll just delete the other ones. More like 8 indent. Delete that one. 70 indent. Yeah. And then we'll just do that one. This is going to be the only one where we do like an event slug instead of a file path. P. Buggrass says, okay, so the extension only looks for Ruby files to report offenses. Yep. Honestly, it makes sense. It's RuboCop. It's not, YAML cop. File path. Buggrass says, but got it working by updating the extension. Gonna submit a PR. This would also be needed for herb to work. I actually wonder if herb, because of its ERB, would be counted as a Ruby file, because I know with Rubocop, ARB allows it to be processed. But I don't know if ARB works in the extension. That might be something to bring up, is that Active Admin uses those ARB partials. Microsoft says it's specifically looking at Ruby and gem file. ARB. ARB. Okay, and so here we're just gonna do what's it called? Eliminate. Yeah, eliminate validated file. And here at the end. You just come in. Delete that, delete that, delete that. And then event file path, we just delete that there. Come up here and put it right there. Yep. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Maybe I just get like the folder. I'm sure there's a thing for this, but I'm not going to deal with it right now. There's an optimization here, but I'm going to do it right now. Next pass. This is not actually gonna work. Okay, fine. I'll figure out how to delete a folder. Ruby. Delete the folder for a file path. Let me try this. Ruby, get the folder for a file path. File.dir name. Okay, I'll go ahead and do it. This is going to be file path. Instead of this. Yep. Delete, 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 delete. Perfect. No, it's alright. We have a red error. Unexpected end of input. Def, ensure, end. Delete the directory, validate the event file. That looks right. I'll just close each of these as I get to them. Until I find the one that's missing something. Okay, that's a do end. And now I don't need the event slug. I just do event path, run generator, assert match, assert file, assert file. Yep, that all looks good. And there's the venue file path. Okay, assert file, run generator. Ah, here's the one missing a do. Yeah, and all of you need to be indented a bit. Alright, next 10 indent. 4 indent. Indent. Kinslayer! Hello. Event with all flags passes schema generation. Eliminate validated file. 10 indent. 10 indent. 2 indent. 10 indent. 10 indent. End. The indent. Looks right. Don't want this here. Don't need that. You actually go up here at the top. Then boop. Nom 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 nom. Eliminate. Indent. Delete extra white space. Delete this. End. Alright, I think that's done. Yeah! Yeah! Alright. Bin lint. We'll run all of them. Yeah, validating these videos.yaml files takes ages. My crowd says, for what it's worth, it was not as slow before. But now it runs like, instead of being like, I ran this once for all of them, it's like, no, I'm gonna run this for each file. Once it's refactored to say, like, what are my speakers? Are they in the speaker file? It'll go back to being fast. Yay! No errors were found in ERB files. Cool. Git status. Git commit -pm. Refactor event generator tests to follow modern standards. Skip this entire file. Yes. Git status. Git restore. Lib schemas event schema.json. Here's what's happening. People have different time zones downloaded onto their computers. And every time we generate these, for some reason, it has different time zones in it. And if you commit it, then it fails in the GitHub actions, which is really annoying. This is my assumption of what's happening. The other possible story, now that I think about it, is that there actually has been some sort of time zone update and we're running against the old GitHub actions. But no, it's been Lin. It would run against the new one. The GitHub actions database of time zones is different from a human's. Micro says, you might need that time zone info gem. If we need a time zone info gem, everybody needs the time zone info gem. Like, it should be in the gem file. There. Sweet. There we go. Off it goes. Macross says because Windows doesn't have it. I remember removing it. You remember removing it. Yay. Twitch today says, hi Chael, happy 250 years of freedom. Thank you. We took the kids to go see fireworks. And BCC, the entire time we're like waiting for the fireworks to go off is like this. And then the fireworks go off and she's like this. Big explosions in the sky. Hang on, you couldn't see my face. She's like this. Big explosions in the sky. They're going off. They're crazy. They're huge. It's like literally whole sky is all lit up with lights and everything. And this baby is just like, not scared, not surprised, not, oh, no, just, why am I here? Like, and the only fussing she did was like, meh, 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 meh. Like her little fuss, like, I want to go to bed. Why are we awake? Cece, first fireworks show. She's sitting there, and the first one goes off, and she's like, oh, fireworks! And then she gets up and she's jumping and she's got her hands waving and she's like, I've got photos of her being like, ah, 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 and just hands. We're in the car on the way back. Cece, you saw fireworks? Yeah. Did you like the fireworks? Yes. What color were the fireworks? Green. What other color were the fireworks? Blue. What other color were the fireworks? Sparkly. But by the time we got home, both of them were fast asleep in the car. I scoop Cece up, carry her upstairs, put her in the bed. She's going the wrong way down the bed. She doesn't care. She wakes up, just like crawls over, puts her head on the pillow, brings her knees up. I wrap her in the blanket, and she's just gone. Gone. The thing is, she fight sleeps so hard. She's like, I don't want to put my head on the pillow. I don't want to lay in the bed. I don't want the blanket. I don't want the sheet. I don't want this. I don't want that. She'll be like she's got a little bunk bed. She'll have her feet like propped up on the side of the bunk bed. But I put her in bed and she just crawled, laid down and was out. BCC was out shortly afterwards. What test is failing? I thought I fixed these. I should have read them. What's this one? Undefined method validate for an instance of static validator speaker exists. That's fine. We'll use errors. Done. Hang on. Bin Rails test. Mike W says sparkly is my second favorite color. What is your first favorite color? Twitchy says sounds like a great 4th of July. Yeah, it was their first time. Their first time. Copy relative path. Boom. Mike W says, more or less the color of my username, shock. Also like purple. Yay, I like it too. I actually go with purple mostly because it works with my eyes and my hair. No implicit conversion of hash into string. Come on. What is this? File dot. Name Ruby docs. This is not the right one. This is the old one. Can I use this to get to the new one? No. Nope. Docs. Wasn't that what I was just looking at? Anyway. File.dirname. Ease. Returns all components of a file name given in file name except the last one after first stripping trailing separators. The file name can be formed using both file separator and file alt separator. That feels correct. That feels correct. So what are you upset about? No implicit conversion of hash into string. Okay. Oh, these are the wrong. Okay, hang on. I think I know what I did. I think wrote these file path. Oh, hang on. Wait. File path. Yes, that should work. And the validate, is that, what are we doing for that? Path for some reason. Okay, whatever. Whatever! Now you can see what's going on. Nobody complained. You were like, we'll just look at Rachel rant at code without actually seeing any of the code she's writing. Undefined method validate against schema. Yes, we no longer have that. Validate event schema. Yes. No longer a thing. Okay. I'm glad I don't have to discover this in CI. Okay, here we go. Recording's publish date must be set for an event that has not started yet. 2027 11/15 is in the future. Good. This is 2021. This is 2022. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. We just did that one. Okay, 149. Alt click. Oh, I didn't save it. That might help. It might help if you save things. I still have to do the kind changes. Deny. All y'all that are like, why do you keep an auto mod? That's why. Also, like, why? Not even cute right now. I have no makeup, huge hoodie on. Okay. Yeah, that looks right. Git commit dash PM tests. Yes. 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 Git push. Okay, sweet. Go all the way up to the top. All the way back to the pull request. Fandom Glitch says some people are way too weird not to have an auto mod, in my opinion. I guess I am pretty weird. Oh, you mean the chatters. You mean the chatters. I heard, like, I read that and I was like, some people are way too weird not to have an auto mod, in my opinion. I was like, oh, no, you're just like, you're so weird that, like, everybody who, like, see, like, you're just gonna get a bunch of weird stuff your way, too. No, but now I get it. You meant that the chatters are weird. You need an auto mod. Yes, I obviously agree. Michael Ross says, success! At what? I'm not sure what we've succeeded at, but I'm looking forward to it. Phantom Glitch says, you know, sure thing. Uh-huh. Go! What? Running the cop of Mirror's Code. Did you get your PR merged to the extension? But we have to wait for an extension release, right? Right? It's not like live, right? This does not answer my questions. Gotta wait for CI to run. At this point, it's pretty much guaranteed. Like, it would have failed by now if it wasn't gonna do the thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and go back to this. Back to this. Get switch dash C. Event kind. Oh, yeah, whatever. Event kind. I'm not gonna forget. Talk kind. Wow, that's pretty bad. I'm gonna rename it. Talk kind title. Okay. Now let's see. Short and queue duration in seconds. If it is short, talk errors. Validate. Return this unless applicable. Yerba parse file. Excellent. Return empty array unless document.root, which can happen. Document.root.each flat map. Do video. Nested array video talks each to a. Talk errors. Video plus nested flat map. Talk errors. Talk. Default kind equals talk. Short node. Talk errors node. Node.value at kind to s strip. Inferred equals talk kind from title. Node value at title to s. Good with all that. If kind.empty, return empty array if inferred equals default kind. For talk errors. Location equals node title and location. Ah, yes. Kind is inferred as inferred from the title, but is not set explicitly. Add kind inferred to the entry if this is a inferred. Otherwise, you can explicitly set kind talk if the title classifier. Add kind inferred to the entry if this is inferred. Otherwise, you can explicitly set kind talk if the title classifier didn't get it right. Else if kind equals default kind and inferred equals default kind. Return empty array if short node. Why would I want to return an empty array if it's short? So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to say if the kind is equal to the inferred, if inferred equals default kind, then I think I just want to return empty array. Yeah. Now these are cases. Kind is redundant, remove it, only keep an explicit default kind to override a default classification. Nope. Okay, if kind equals inferred, do that. Else if I don't know about this. Minecraft says I fixed the classifier typo somewhere, but I guess not there. So what's the deal with the short stuff? Like if it's short, we want to say it's not a talk. If it's short, it should always be explicitly set. Okay. Else if short I think we're doing that here. So if the kind is empty, then we say the kind is inferred as this from the title, but is not set explicitly. Add kind to the entry if this isn't inferred. Otherwise, you can explicitly set kind if the title classifier didn't get it right. Since most of the short ones are the atypical ones. Yep. I think with this, we're saying like, oh, if inferred equals default kind from the title. Okay, so I think this needs to be the first one then. And then we'll do else if kind.empty and inferred equals default kind. Okay, so if kind is empty, and short. Kind is inferred as inferred from the duration, but is not said explicitly. Add kind inferred to the entry if this is inferred. Yeah. Mark Roth says, oh, I remember now. I think the problem is if we set the kind for all entries, we cannot know if it was set explicitly or if it was set to overwrite. Can you explain that to me? I'm not sure that's an important distinction. Oh, you mean if we set the kind to talk? I'm thinking we just don't. I mean, I guess that the generators do default to a kind of talk. I could easily have the generator check the duration. But we would need start time and duration again. Yeah, Mark Ross says we don't have durations. I think I'm gonna need... For the schedules, I think I really want durations back. Because then what we can do is we can set the durations on the videos. And we can also use the duration, like we can get the duration from the YouTube video. Oh, but I kind of see the problem. We have like the schedule duration and then we have the YouTube video duration, which are two different durations. That's not great. Unless we just like round to the 15 minutes. Which doesn't work for lightning talks. Or TS talk. Add kind inferred to the entry. This is wordy. Kind is inferred as blank from the duration that is not set explicitly. Explicitly. This is a short talk, but kind must be explicitly set for short talks. Talk kind from title. Talk kind title to S from title. Okay, so there's nothing in here about the duration. Okay, kind must be explicitly set for short talks. We have inferred. Yeah, the inferred here is just from title, from value. So that should be fine. Mark Ross says, yeah, I think we cannot really change it. Otherwise, we have to get rid of the classification. It's not perfect, but at least it's a good check to check for the common cases. Wait. I'm a little confused again. Kind must be explicitly set for short talks. Mark Ross says, if we have kind talk on all talks, we don't know if it was explicitly set, so we cannot tell people it's wrong. Yeah. I don't think we have to have kind talk on all talks. So unless we ask people to update the classifier for each misclassified title. No, I think you can just say, like, if there is a kind set. Or if there is not a kind set. And if you want, we can update the talk generator. So that kind is like an if thing. Instead of a set thing. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you have if talk.writeKind, kind talk.kind. I might make that a if we've set the option. If that feels reasonable to you. Instead of like write kind. I do agree with this from title though. Yeah, so this might be something more like at kind or equals talk kind from title. And then inside here, we would just say like, if kind is set. Mike Ross says, what do you want to change then? I just want to make it so that you can do like a kind of lightning talk if it's a lightning talk. And have lightning talk in the title. I also want to make this much shorter because this is too many words. Kind must be set for short talks. This may be a kind blank Minecraft says, not sure I follow. I think that's what's already on main. Let me check. Oh, come on. Are you serious? What's broken? Oh, no, nothing's broken. No, something is broken. Test failed. Why did test fail? What? Oh, you did fail. Undefined method validate. I thought I fixed this one. Okay, hang on. Well, this is actually perfect, because I need to go back anyway. Yes. Git branch. Git checkout. Use validations array. Oh, come on. Git checkout. I'm gonna close this. Don't save. Okay. Talk errors. If kind is empty. Oh! You know what? I misunderstood this whole time. I misunderstood this whole time. I didn't realize that this was if kind empty, else return. Oh, no, wait, this one. Yeah, this one. No, not this one. Hang on. Okay, maybe I misunderstood. This one! Yeah, this one. No, not this one. These are both talk. Oh. I don't really like it, but that's actually fine, I think. Why is this down here? What is this? This is not something we can get to, is it? If kind is empty, else if, else return. Why is this here? Is this accessible? No, because this is just an else that returns nothing. Okay. I misunderstood when I read this the first time, and honestly, I should have written a test. It's just reusing it. The if is setting the message variable. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. I should have written a test. Okay, yeah, so it returns if there are no errors. I thought you said you always wanted one if it was short. I thought you said you always wanted a kind if it was short. Isn't this making it so that if it's short, it doesn't need a kind? Oh, no, that's because we're setting the title. We're setting it to a talk even though it's short. Got it. We're setting it to a talk even though it's short. So that's why that's an exception. Got it. Okay. Okay, yeah, so I didn't need that. I completely misunderstood what we were doing. I misread that. That's on me. Okay. What is feeling over here? I thought this was the one that was feeling. Yeah, I misunderstood that. No, this is talk generator. Okay. And that's going to be the same problem as the other one then. Yep. Talk generator test, which is that this is using validate and not errors. I always forget that I copied the mid-rails too. Yeah, okay. Progresses is quite tricky as it's like a problem of dependencies, but I think this is the best we can do with the information we have. Yeah. Majestic Mac says, well, it's dinner time, gonna head out. Thanks for streaming, Chael. Bye, Majestic Mac. What did I even do today? This was the refactor to support the talk kind. I didn't do anything today. Micro says, if you would always provide kind explicitly for each entry, it wouldn't be an issue, but most of the time we don't have it. Also, if you want to automate this more, it's great if we don't rely on it to be passed. I mean... I think it would probably be better, like, to just, like, pass it and recommend that we pass it. But I kind of see what you mean. Where it's like, for the talk type specifically, well, I wonder if it's like, it's also not a big deal if it's misclassified as talk. Well, I'm wondering if somebody has a title that has lightning in it. Or like panel. But it's default. Yeah, it's default. It's only default. It's only default. It's only don't pass the kind if it's the default. Yeah. Mark Ross says, I don't think it matches. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. It doesn't match in that case. Yeah, you're right. I don't feel like I got much done today. I just made the generators run through the validators, but not like all of them. The Rubocop thing, you said that's working now? But we have to wait for the extension to get released, right? Or like, I still don't know like what it was that... We have some tests and test model talk kind test. Yeah. I've been grumpy with you today, unfairly. I'm just gonna acknowledge that. I got all bent out of shape about the talk kind thing, and it turns out that it was totally fine and normal. I feel like I normally am like when I first meet people, I'm like, oh, I'm so nice, I'm so friendly, I'm such a lovely person to be around. Then when I start to get to know a person, I start being a real you get real relaxed. Far more willing to be trouble. Okay. If these tests pass, and this is the seed smoke test and the Docker image, so we've passed all of the tests that are going to be trouble for that. This one. The sad face. I did so much work for this to fail. Why is all of this broken though? Like, what is... Like, theoretically, all of this should work. Failed to load command, standard RB. Ruby events cops. Why is bundle exec okay with it and this is not at all? This is all Zeit work. Let me try something here. This is not a useful use of my time. Yeah, Zeit work again. I'm gonna copy this. Git checkout. Application config. This is exactly what I wanted, actually. I wonder if we should just exclude lib. Like, can we do that? Here's the thing that's a little weird to me, though. Like, what is this running? This is CI lint. This is standard. Bundle exec standard RB. That's what I've been calling. Bundle exec standard RB. Oh, that feels good. Well, like I can hop over here and check, but there's like, other than the thing that I just changed with the config application.rb, there's nothing different in here. On this one. Not this one. This one? Not this one. Refactor validations into array. Squash and merge. Four files changed. 164 lines added, 219 deleted. That's nothing. This is just like running. It's not doing anything. How fast can I get an involvement generator built? Oh, hang on. Git fetch. Git rebase dash I upstream main. Yeah, I don't want that. Don't want that. I want this. Git commit dash PM. Skip Rubocop files. Git push. Git push dash F. You can see. Alright, git log. One line. Yeah, that's main. Okay, git. No, not git. Bin Rails G. Involvements. Generator. That's not the right name. Control C. It's generator involvements. this is actually going to go surprisingly fast because I've been looking at the involvements and they're pretty straightforward. And I already know what generators look like. We go in here. Instead of named base, we do event. Let me grab talk. Yep, that's all gonna stay the same. Generators, event base. I'm gonna remove this Rails. Up at the top, we grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come up here. Capital O, P. Delete the extra line. Generator for creating a new involvement entry in the involvements.yaml file of a specific event. Whoosh. Come over here. Class option. Yeah, don't really need any of those. Don't really need any of these either. Instead of this, give me involvements.yaml. All right, we're gonna call this one name. Involvements schema.rb. Role or involvement type. Yank inner quote. Yank inner quote. Q. Delete inner quote. Yank inner quote. P. Required false. Required true. Group fields. I mean, it's not technically required, but also I don't know how you're gonna generate this without a name here. Next, we need users and organizations. Both of these are false. Class option, users, organizations. Perfect. Done. Come down here, and I've been doing ensure involvements file. And I'm gonna like actually grab this. All right, so get attribute accessors. Nope, I don't need any of that stuff. I don't need any of this stuff. I don't need any of this stuff. I need this. 3 yank yank. Actually 4 yank yank. I need the path. So this is going to be the involvements file path. The involvements file path. Next, I've got ensure involvements. That's ensure file exists. Yep. And for this one, template involvements.yaml.tt path unless file exists. Do I really need that? I've been kind of like thinking through this. And I don't think I actually need the template. Yeah. Involvements.yaml.tt. Honestly, most of these are just like header. So I'll go into templates, new file. Yep, and we'll just do dash dash dash. empty array. And up at the top here, to do, add involvements. One trick with this, instead of plain text, we can change this to ERB, and then we'll get to see the actual templating. I could do a copy file. I'll do that later. And then the next thing I do is I do the documentation. Adding involvements. Let's see. How fast can I build this? Copy path. Docs. Adding involvements.md. Sweet. So first I ensure the file exists. Try this def, add involvement entry. Delete all that, 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 delete all that. Yeah, so we're gonna go here. Now that I have created the file and ensured that it exists, def, yerba document. At document or equals yerba parse file. Perfect. Perfect. Yep. That feels about right. Save. Alright, let's start with the most basic one. KBQ says hello. Hello. Alright, name, users, organizations. That all feels right. Yep, that one feels right. Explain the generator. Creates or updates the involvements for a given event. This will create I wonder if I need the example. KPQ says, oh, Ruby on Rails. Yes. Generators. Generate empty involvement file. We need to pass an event. Oh, is name required? Ooh, it is. Do I want to keep it required? KPQ says still no AI use. I ran out of tokens. I'm really sad. I have to save my tokens for like the agent stuff. Micro S is already. No, like, I ran out of tokens last month, so I have to save them this month. This is going well. I'm about to do the usage, but unfortunately, I need a short bio break. I'm gonna see what's on the BRB screen. Nothing. Fun. Delightful. Let me... Hang on, I can fix that. Ah. Sorry, KPQ, I'm not leaving just because you arrived. Stream pairs. Words on stream. Twitch. Okay, got it. I don't want to log in. That's not even the right thing. Ugh. Okay, BRB sucks, so I will be right back. Hello, friends. Micah Rot says, muted. Phantom Glitch says, welcome back. Pierito, hello. I thought you were on a 15 stream streak last time. Welcome back. KPQ says, you have to pay to code now? I remember back then, 3 years ago, coding was free. You did not need to pay to code. So I have set up Gemma 4 on my MacBook. Some problems. Phantom Glitch says someone should get you a big red button for mute and unmute so you remember. Unmute. Unmute. It does turn red. Anyway. I actually got Gemma 4 set up locally on my MacBook, not on this one. I don't trust this machine not to like take its last breath. Sorry, that's just the reality of the thing. Let me try, who doesn't have involvements? Blue Ridge, Ruby, involvements? No, I already got those. Tropical RB has involvements. Rails World doesn't have involvements, but they also haven't published their people yet. Megarot says, my machine can barely run Docker. How are we supposed to run LLMs locally? Okay, so I've noticed something. If I download 2 models and try to run both of them, Docker can't run them. If I download 1 Gemma 4 and run it, that can run. But if I try and do Gemma 4 and ChaelCoder, it dies. So I have to basically like take down Gemma 4 in order to test getting ChaelCoder set up. KPQ says, you can run Quen locally. I cannot. I have tried. Phantom Glitch says, Marco, I feel like it's time for an upgrade. Marco Ross says, I'm on a maxed out M4. Honestly, yeah. Okay. Involvements. Usage. Data slash. I have to pick an event. I was gonna use RubyConf. But now Stefan's doing RubyConf. Yuruko. Does Yuruko have involvements? Yuruko. Involvements. It has 2025 ones, but it doesn't have 2026 ones. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Does Yuruko have posted ones? Yuruko. Europe's biggest Ruby conference. 2026. So pretty. Looks so good. You know, I think partnering with the meetups is smart. Well, this event is supported under the patronage of the mayor of Borno. Progress says, I guess, except the RAM. KPQ says, I run Chinese LLMs locally. I'm communist as well. Loser Shipper says, how are you maxed and still running out of RAM, Marco Roth? You should be at like 36 plus gigabytes. KPQ says, try the 1.6 gigs Quen model. Maybe. I will take model suggestions, but I only take them on Discord. I only take them on Discord. Agenda, speakers. Did this happen? Oh no, it's happening. CFP is closed. Oh, I like that. That's cute. That's cute. Become a sponsor, register. Contact us. Where are the organizers? Where are all the pages? Okay, not Yuruko. Mr. Shaper says, try the 2-bit GLM 5.2 lol. Hey, I only take model suggestions on my Discord list through the straight bar. Also, you are not allowed to install models on my laptop. Friendly RB. Does Friendly RB have involvements? It does. Okay. Micro says, I like the user model the most. I don't know. That one's got a little bit of a god complex. That one's got involvements. Okay. Oh, what's this one? Oh, Ruby World. That is such a pretty logo. I love that logo. All right, let's see. Exo Ruby doesn't have involvements. Yeah! Flagrant and Jim Remsick. Oh, and there's a ton of these. Okay, hang on. Oh, yes. View all Exo Ruby events. Seattle, Salt Lake, Austin. Yeah, is this one involvemented? It is. Salt Lake? Not yet. Let's do it. You're my winner. Come on, Salt Lake City. Data. Exo Ruby. Exo Ruby, Salt Lake City. Involvements.yaml. Okay, so I think I'm gonna say no, you cannot generate an empty involvements file. Does that feel reasonable? KBQ says, you need an NVIDIA card, guys. Stop wasting time on RAM. Let's just ship ourselves. You do what you want with your stuff. I bet you've got stuff on my laptop on your user model. Phantom glitch. What? Just get a laptop with a full maxed out 300 gigabytes. Does that even exist? Okay, so we're gonna say add organizer. You know what? Hang on. I can even look at the previous Exo Ruby involvements. Involvement. Exo Ruby. Organizer. Yeah. Add organizer involvements for Exo Ruby 2026 Salt Lake City. Excellent. The little slashies. Okay, so that's the event. Then I have users and organizations. Jim Remsick. Oh yeah, I should probably reverse that. So it's like name organizer. Name organizers. Let me double check that. Organizer, singular. Users, Jim Remsick. Organizations, flagrant. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, that's fine. It keeps parsing it as YAML, but it's like, it's not YAML. It's plain text. Let's see. KPQ says we need 128 gig VRAM video cards. Phantom Glitch. NVIDIA GB300 Grace Blackwell Ultra Desktop Superchip with up to 748 gigabytes of coherent memory and 20 petaflops of FP4 AI compute. NVIDIA, if you're looking and you're watching, I am available for advertisements. KPQ says NVIDIA Spark is coming. We need to invest in one. List of the Straight Bar says going to do Moe offload to fit Quen 3.6 on my 16 gigabyte GPU. Just a cool 700 gigabytes of mem on a single card, no stress. KPQ 1 tera video RAM will be standard in a few years. What is MOE offload? Margaret says, or just use your brain. Okay. Honestly, spicy autocomplete is often enough for me. Add organizer involvements for this. This will create this. Creates or updates. Let's start with this. Creates the involvements for a given event. Perfect. And then where is the test? Test. Also, let me go through this readme. Def name file path that gets the file path for the file being generated. Def ensure file exists and creates it if it doesn't. Do you know what the test one is? No, not that one. Wrap tests in eliminate validated file and standardize validation. Phantom Glitch says, or I could have the AI I just paid $4 billion for. Tell me about the docs that are free on the web. KPQ says, I could flex in the streets with the Spark PC attached around my neck. Melissa Straight Bar says, and it gives you expired and old docs. Phantom Glitch says, we don't need up-to-date docs if we just use the old version. Y'all are funny. Marley says, what theme you use for VS Code? Thank you so much for asking. Theme. Yeah, I used Horizon theme. I like it a lot. It's very pretty. If you look behind me, this like slowly moving gradient of color matches my editor theme. Magaroth says we should stop writing docs so the LLM cannot be trained on them. You've got a head start on that with Yerba. The Straight Bar says in reply to Phantom Glitch, we don't need up-to-date docs if we just use the old version. Melissa Straight Bar says, large enterprise thinking right there. You're not wrong. All right, let me do alt click. Test destination temp generators. Involvements. Setup prepare destination. Now I do 4 tests. Include at least 4 tests. No flags. All flags. Update existing file. Include at least 3 tests. Off by once. McGrath says, reminds me of the Axis Enterprise gem. Okay, you gotta tell me about this. Fandom Glitch says, okay, but I had a fun idea to build a backpack with a spark and a battery that does the cool movie thing and hides your face on CCTV in real time. I'm confused. Does it release like an electromagnetic pulse? Like Varley1212 says, what are you coding with Ruby? So I'm working on a project called RubyEvents.org. Here's the button. I am one of 4 maintainers of rubyevents.org. Adrian, Marco, who's in chat, and Hans, who's just joined the team, which means I am no longer the newest member of the team, which is very exciting. What we do is we index Ruby events, future, past videos from existing ones, you know, obviously the present ones since we've got the future and the past ones. We track upcoming CFPs that are closing, meetups, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, it's really cool. I like it a lot. It makes me happy. Minecraft says you can add Access Enterprise to your model, and each method takes a random 0 to 3 random seconds delay before it returns the value. I like that. Yep, that's very nice. As for what I'm doing right now, I am... Wait a second. I know what this does! Oh my god! Hang on, I know what this does. Right now I'm working on generators for involvements, which is the page that tells you who the organizers are. Prepare, destination, Rails, generators. Do you do what I think you do? Hang on, where are you? Where are you? Prepare. I don't even, like... Yeah, you. Show me your contents. I know what it does now. Oh. Farley says, what can I code with Ruby? Can I code game engines? Dragon Ruby. There's other ones too, but Dragon Ruby is the first one that comes to mind. That one's actually pretty big. Main. Oh, come on. It got refactored. Set up and tear down. Go. Go! Can you... Go? No? Okay. Can you... Go? No. Go. There you go. Okay, destination route is set. Ensure current path super. Are you serious? Super what? Okay. Ensure this is not going to work because it's looking for file paths. But I will search for you. Current path. That is so rude. That is so incredibly rude. Riley says Ruby is not old language. No, not really. I can think of older ones. Okay, this is 2022. Okay, fine. Show. Okay, this is version 3.2. Go to this. Prepare. Destination. You. On GitHub. Excellent. It does the same thing. I know what this is for now. How often does it call this? How often does it call this? How often does it call this? Hey, are you gonna, like... How often do you call this? Oh, I'm keeping this. I want to know if it calls it just once before all the tests or before each test. Makarat says it's old as JavaScript. KPQ says Ruby is just younger than COBOL. Geeky Girl Sarah! Geeky Girl Sarah says Chill. Girly girl sis! Hi. Hey. Let's see. Ruby was founded in 1995 and most recent stable branch was May 26th. Or the 20th of May, 2026. KBQ says all languages are amazing. I will say that Ruby is younger than me. Geeky Girl Sarah says, holy cow, that was one excited scream. It's been a while since I've seen you. You know, like, in Twitch. I've seen you in Discord. But, like, okay. So, I'm not sure whether I want Prepare Destination. Because here's the thing. I've been building these... Not you. You're a bad choice. And not you. You're not updated yet. You are updated. I've been building these eliminate validated file. And I think that these are good, but I think I can eliminate the first one. This first file.delete if the prepare destination runs before all of them. Kiki Grossera says, coincidentally, it's been a while since I've seen you too. I see ChaelCodes is coding again. I am working on generators for Ruby events. In this case, it is, oh, hang on. It is the involvements. Validate involvements file. And don't want that. Static validators. Schema array. Yes. Each. Yes. No. I don't know why you do this to me. This is completely unnecessary. You could just be correct. Okay, now we're gonna go over here. Where did the involvements here? There. I don't know what decided to do this. The answer is obviously this. Indent. Indent. Oh, no, wait. Back. Back. Delete. Yes. And then we come over here and we just say, hey, validator. Perfect. KPQ says, what? I'm older than Ruby. I'm older than Ruby. Geeky Girl Sarah says, aren't we all KPQ? Aren't we all? No. I have met some Rubyists that are younger than Ruby. Geeky Girl Sarah says, well, you are at it. Can you fix the problem I'm working on too? Please, okay, thanks. Start with what is the problem? I mean, the answer might be no, but... but I am curious. Click. Okay. Message join, assert empty, validator failed. Errors.map, errors, error to H. I guess this isn't going to capture all of them. It's only going to capture the first one. Do I want to get all of them and then? Giger says the answer is probably no. I'm working on an administration portal for my robotics teams I mentor. I'm trying to add in student and parent logins. The accounts exist, but they aren't allowed to log in. It's a fun problem to solve. Is it open source? KBQ says, I'm having ads for head shaving. What? Phantom Glitch, are you thinking about going bald? Funny story about this. When I was on Instagram, I once got a request to do Instagram ads for a company. Like they reached out, they were like, hey, we want you to do some product placement, just like make some posts and we'll pay you like basically no money. And the product was manscaping implements. And so I did kind of wonder how I was going to advertise those. Kiki Grosera says, sounds like the ad is a hairy problem for you. Standard's broken. I do find that funny that standard's broken right now. Okay, let me close that. Okay, schema array, each do validator, validator new, validate, assert errors, empty, validator field. That looks right. That looks right. This is an extra end. That is why standard is unhappy. Good. Test generator with minimum arguments. Yep. Do end. All right, and so the file path is gonna be, yeah. Run generator. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Okay, event series XORuby. Event XORuby Salt Lake City 2026. Assert file. Now this whole thing is going to be in temp generators involvements, which is why I'm really not worried about that. KBQ says, I'm in the dark. How did they notice my balding? Have you been looking for hats recently? Like shopping for them? Geeky Rosera, chill. Today's stream is sponsored by Manscaped. It works great! Drags and lifts with a straight bar. So all you have to do is take the product and apply it on his back. Then rip it off real quick. Phantom Glitch says Manscaped ad by Chael would be one of the odder things I'd have seen. Gotta give them credit for equal marketing though. I do wonder about that. Actually, okay, I saw something really interesting recently. I was watching a video about Old Spice, and apparently the marketing team behind Old Spice was looking into who purchases men's deodorant. Like men's deodorant. And what they found out is 40% of men's deodorant was actually purchased by women. So the Old Spice ads were designed to entice women to buy their deodorant. Honestly, I kind of get that because I do buy Lyft's deodorant for him. Micah Roth says, you should have just done it and like just pretended. No! I have standards. Gigiro Sarah says, see? Perfectly smooth back. So you can get back to those coding problems. Mega Ross says, in your gem file. My gem file. No, I don't get it. I'm sorry. In my gem file. I have... Oh! I have standard in my gem file. Okay, that is good. Yes. Okay, empty array missing. So if I'm going to require the name, I actually can't use what I was gonna use. No, I think I still can. But this is not what I actually want. Also, I don't like this. It started adding these for me. I don't actually like those. Micro says, I'm sorry. Yeah, that one's too subtle. We need overt puns just like smacking me over the head like Geeky Girl Sarah's. Kikiro says, anyway, I'm here for future skip writing product placement opportunities for your stream. I will remember that. I will remember that. If anybody ever decides to sponsor me and I replace the logo up here with an actual company's, I will be like, Sarah, please. Phantom Glitch says, that was such a bad dad joke, Marco. Okay. I don't even care about this part. No. I'm not asserting that. I don't care about that part. I care about, do I have the correct location? And I do. I'm gonna pass in just the event. And what I'd really like to see is I'd like to see this fail because I do not have a name. And I'd like to see this fail because I don't have that yet. Frankly, I'm expecting this to fail because I don't have these values. Oh no, that might work. No, I don't have the name. So I'm expecting the generator itself to fail. Okay. Bin, Rails, test. Copy relative path. Pasted in. KPQ says Marcos at it again. Oh. Gigrosera says, anyway, since I just wandered in and it's been a while, what is the project? Something to do with conferences, but I can't tell what. So, I have been working on Ruby events. What we're doing is we're trying to index all Ruby events, past, present, and obviously future. So we have indexed 778 events and 10,538 talks from 4,421 speakers. Huge! The dataset's huge. We store all of our data in YAML. This is valuable because if anything ever happens to us or the site, the repository will still contain a history of every single Ruby event that has ever happened. Girl Sarah says, it's a reasonable sized data set. Okay, to be fair, my last one had like under 30 events in it. 778 is a nice step up from that. But yeah, it's got like all these different events, all of the videos. There's Marco. Hi, Marco. Let's see. There's Travis and Andrew. I need to go, actually. I need to go watch these. Yeah. And yeah, tons and tons and tons of videos all the way through. Then we get to like hear the recent events that have happened. Underrated talk. Wow. Okay, all of these are ones that I've watched. Quick watches. Or these short ones. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of talks, but if you get past all those, we actually have all of the sponsors for events as well. And we track Ruby passports. And we have brand new, fresh on the site, guides for creating and building communities. So if you want to attend, bloop. Here's some information about attending a Ruby event. If you want to speak, look at that. We've got CFPs, tips for writing a great proposal, preparing your talk, and then thinking about organizing. Ta-da! And now we have the Ruby Events Organizer Guide. Ta-da-da-da! KVQ says, I like this website. It looks cool. Thank you. That's not me. That's Marco. I try to make it easy and check on our data. Lately, though, it's been hard for me to input any data. Marco keeps getting to it before I can. Let's see. But yeah, I try to make it easy to contribute, and I try to do that part. Expected the file to exist, but it does not. No value provided for required options name. Okay. I'm actually gonna put this on a separate line. I'm gonna tap that in. Good job, me. Come. Space. KPQ says, Marco, you did a great job. Geeky Girl Sarah says, I like the dramatic CLI readings. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now what happens if I just put organizers? I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna run this and see what happens. I'm gonna spin. Oh no, it failed. Undefined method save for an instance of Yoruba document. No, I know it. Oh, it's save. It's save bang. It doesn't like save. It likes save. Do you remember when I did the, what is it, the Rust book with Aisha? And like every time, oh, what's the crustacean's name? But yeah, every time we did a panic, I did panic. That was fun. Oh, it's been a while since I've done that. Okay. Undefined local variable or method path for an instance of involvement generator test. Take me to your data. Path. Yeah, that doesn't exist. This is supposed to be file path. So all I have to do is delete that. Good. Yep. Yep. Okay, now we'll run it again. Ooh. Schema array failed. Value at users is not an array. Value at organizations is not an array. Interesting. See, I think what I'm going to do next, bin Rails G, and then I'm just going to copy what it is that I'm actually creating here. Yank inner word. No. Ah, hang on. Yank inner quote. Event. P. No! Okay. Quote, star, yank inner quote. Thank you. Now. Name. Organizer. Now it's gonna run. Could not find generator event. Involvements. Perfect. And we're gonna open this. Okay, this is not what I want to see. What do I want to see in this case? I think I actually don't want to see the key at all if I have not set it to something. So I think what I want to do is I want to just make this. Yeah. And then do involvement. Yep. And just remove that. And that's if there's users. If. Yes. Yes. Perfect. And then I'm going to delete the file because I don't mutate yet. Delete. Delete permanently. Run it again. Perfect. You know, I could just force by killing it again. I'm gonna do that next time. Come on. Here we go. Name organizer. Is that valid? It looks like yes. Can I seed that? Bundle exec rake db seed event series square brackets exo ruby. It seems to have been fine with that. It doesn't seem to have any issues with the schema. Macrosis might be worth another validator to make sure each entry has either one user or org. I agree. Yep. See, Lynn's unhappy. Yay! Let me check. Yay! That's a rebase. That's fixable with the rebase. That's not fixable with the rebase? That should be fixable with the rebase. Okay, I'm gonna do git commit dash git add dash I, because I can now create a valid involvements file. Alright, so we're gonna say 4. I'm gonna say 6, 7, 8, not 9, but yes, 10. Flawless. Let me double check. Yes. Micros is 6-7. I mean, I could do 6 through 8. And then we'll do P. 5. No changes. Okay, that's fine. Git commit dash PM. Working. Involvements generator. That creates a file. Instead of PM, we'll do just M. Perfect. Git branch. Git checkout. Rubocop YAML validations. Git fetch. Git rebase dash I upstream main. And then we'll do dash dash auto stash. S:(X). That looks good. Okay. Bundle exec rate. No. It's bin rails. Bin rails standard RB. No, not trandard RB. Standard RB. Fandom glitches. Why just 6 through 8? Why not at 6 through 9? Because 9 is a file that is in the newsletter generator. Bundle exec. How am I supposed to remember all these? Miles says trandard. Reminds me that my tools keep auto-correcting ractor to tractor. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, this is a problem with mine. Okay. Fix. Macaron says you should update your RubyConf talk. Oh, title. What is it? Messing with tractors. Okay, bundling exec standard RB. Just to clarify, your title is messing around with tractors. It is not messing around with tractors. I know that if that were me, I would like have this moment of, oh, that's so funny, and then this moment of, oh god, what if it's true? Git commit dash PM. You know, I'll do the git add so y'all can see. Git add dash I4. So if we look, I have a libgenerators readme, a newsletter, GitHub CLI fetcher. Neither of those I want to actually go in. The readme, I'm kind of playing around with this. What I want is I want to be able to say, like, here is this category of thing that we do. I'm going to give it a readme, both for people who are like in that tool, but also for the robots, because I think it would benefit the robots to have like a, here's what this should look like. Do this. Let's see. Yeah, that looks right. Yep. Okay, and then I'm gonna do P for patch. I'm gonna do 1. Yes. And then git commit dash M. Standard RB fixes. Ironically. Yes. Git push. Git switch. Git branch. Git switch. Involvements generator. Yes. Excellent. I'm tired. Oh, I don't have butt set up. I have the Git Butler workspace in Target, but I don't have butt set up. And don't have it installed. Okay, let's minimize this. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. I was gonna make an issue. Pull requests. Validate data star with this code. App. Models. Static. Validators. Perfect. Issues. New issue. Create validator to check one of. Phantom Glitch says, got no butt. Got no butt. Git Butler has disappeared. Has disappeared, but the branches live on. Okay, create validator to check one of name. Should that be a validator or a schema? That might be a schema thing. Create validator schema to check one of names or organizations is set in Control V. Checks for involvements.yaml. Description. When we create an involvements.yaml, we provide either the name or organizations for each tier. Macro says, can JSON schema express that? I feel like we made it express a lot more complicated things, like the provider published at stuff. Geeky Grossero says, put both and make the issue implementer figure it out. That's what I was about to do. But I do think that it's worth bringing that up. Okay, now I need like an, okay. Data. Let's do Rails World. Rails World, where are you? There it is. Don't have one there. Do I have one here? I think I have one here. Involvements! Organizers. Gaia Petrino. Organizations Rails Foundation. Website developer. Users. I mean, I guess it's good to be clear. I think either one is fine, but to me this feels like it might be a schema thing. We provide either the names or organizations for each tier. However, this means both are optional, but each involvement should have at least one. Or in the schema. Square brackets, parentheses. Did I check schema array in my validate thing? I think I did. Yeah, here's my generator test. Schema array. Yep. And if it was a schema thing, I would have seen it turn red. Because we do have an involvement schema, right? Me panicking. Do we have an involvement schema? Involvements schema. Yes. Yes. So if it doesn't say required, is it? New issues. When we create an involvements.yaml, we provide either the names or organizations for each tier. However, this means both are optional, but each involvement should have at least one. We could validate this with the validator or in the schema. If we validate it with a validator, that validator should be added to validate.break and the generator test. Whoop. Okay. And Chris says, yeah, if it's absent, it's required. Perfect. Good to know. Giger says, ooh, I figured out my poke problem only to find more. It's layers. So many layers. Like 7. That was a good joke. I don't expect it to be appreciated, but that was a good one. Validated involvements file. Validator failed. Gear says it's no big deal. I've only been working on this for like 2 days now. Maybe today will be the day. This exists again. Good. Adding involvements. Involvement schema. If I could easily add it to involvement schema, I would just do that. Like in this PR. Sponsors generator test. Eliminate validated file. Validate sponsor file. Minimal sponsor passes schema validation. Don't need that. I already took everything from that. Generator with minimum arguments. At this point, all I'm validating, assert match name organizers, and I'm expecting double quotes on that. Content. Generator with, I'm actually gonna say users and organizers. Just go in here. Organizers. Argument. Argument. No, I want users. This is Salt Lake City. Geeky Grocer says, now that I think about it, Ruby events seems similar to what I'm trying to do with Bang Bang Con's site. Only just been incredibly slow at finishing it despite the conference being over for like 2 years now. I'm actually curious, so like we're aggregating different events, but like what is the goal, like what is Bang Bang Con going for? Because I would assume it just describes the one event. Eliminate validated file, organizers. Yeah, and then we don't want to do the same one because it tends to delete the other one. We'll do Austin instead. Exo Ruby Austin 2025. Eliminate validated file, assert nothing raised. I guess I can do that. Assert file, name organizers, end. All right, so we're gonna come in here. Now this is Exo Ruby Austin 2025. Instead of doing that, we're gonna do file path. Yes. And up here, yep. File path. All right, now the name is going to be this. Oh, hang on. Comma, enter. Users. Jim Remsick. Assert match name Jim Remsick. Users. Remove the dash. And then let me look at this. Ooh, interesting. So it should actually be dash Jim Remsick. I should get one that has some more people, maybe? Geeky Gross here said, Confreaks did the streaming and recording, but that's all. Bang Bang Con crew produced the rest. Oh. Markaroth says, didn't Confreaks also produce Bang Bang Con? Yeah. Mike W says... Oh, Mike W asks Geeky Girl, Sarah, are you shaving a yak yet? Ah, Geeky Girl Sarah says, Bang Bang Con has had individual mini site subdomains for each year, and right now the main site has the most recent year. But I want to make one site that basically has a searchable database of all the talks and speakers and topics and such. And like, there's hundreds of videos now on YouTube, but they're all just kind of mixed into Confreak's YouTube page. I see what you're saying. That makes sense. I wonder if a static site would still be a better way to approach that. Milesoup says, oh, I like Jim. I've never been to an Exo Ruby, but hopefully I will someday. Where are you located? Because he's just announced the next set of Pacific Northwest ones. Let's see. So we're going to go to events. So there's Salt Lake City, Seattle, and Vancouver. I felt like... You're SF, right, Miles? Oh, I'm outing you. I shouldn't do that. Margaret says they had their own confreaks.tv page, but it doesn't exist anymore. Milesoup says I'm in the Bay Area. Okay, now I'm not outing you. I'll do better next time. Oh. Okay. I think that works. I'm gonna add a comma to this one. And this is just gonna be my array of people. I'm gonna make this co-organizer. And obviously this is not accurate, but I just wanna, you know, do the thing. Okay, so I'm gonna... Here. No. Actually, let me just do that. Users. Jim Rumsek. Co-organizer. I don't think this is how you do this. Even without the space. Let me go find... Did it say it created one? I don't think it did. You know what? I don't think it called the template because it's in an if. Ooh, yeah, it didn't call it because it's in an if. Hang on. I can fix that. I can fix that real quick. Not you, though. I need the actual generator. Not you. You, yes. Yeah, all I have to do is, like, comment that out. Run it again. Miles says, oh, it's okay. Salt Lake is, like, close and not close at the same time. Giger says it's great. Now I'm looking up the Bang Bang Con to see where I left off. Lol. The yak. It needs shaving. Mouse says, I'm totally unfamiliar with Confreaks. We'll bookmark it and check it out. So Confreaks is, they're the people that like record tons of Ruby events. Just like so many of them. And that's where they kind of like got their start too. Cindy did a lightning talk at one of like the Blue Ridge Ruby ones. And it was like, I didn't realize how closely they were like, their company was tied into the Ruby community. Geek Girl Sarah says tons of conference. True. Mouse Soup says, wow, surprised I hadn't heard of them until now. Yeah. Let me... I'm gonna stalk you. Miles Foop. Let me see. So RubyConf will be Confreaks. SF Bay Area, Ruby, those are all, yeah, those are all whatever that event production. And Chicago Ruby, I don't think Chicago Ruby is Confreaks. Maybe it is. Let's see. Not this. Looks like not. Looks like that's just like their thing. Okay. I mean, that's not surprising, what with it being a meetup and everything. Okay. Geeky Girl Sarah says they're kind of subtle because their main thing is kind of doing video stuff for other events. You generally don't run into them on their own. Yeah, they do video stuff for events. I would agree with that. Attended events for... Yeah, I guess... Yeah. I guess RubyConf will be the first one. I think they actually, maybe last year RubyConf didn't have Confreaks do it, and that was the first time. But yeah. Actually, let me see something. Organizations. Okay, let me go to the C's. Oh. Convivial consonants. Confreaks! Ah, they only got credit for like their EXO Ruby stuff. Ah, and they're listed as an involvement for Blue Ridge Ruby. Got it. Geek Girl says their site says 700 conferences and 1,700 videos. Yes. Mosub says my bio looks too short. I should add a few more chapters to it. We actually cut bios out of the speakers.yaml. We now, for anybody going forward, just gonna get it from the GitHub. Miles Foop says 2 chapters, 2. Dang, hate typos when making a joke. I got it. I got it. Gear Sarah says also yay for women-owned businesses, especially in the tech space. Yes, yay. Okay, let's do this thing. We're over here. We force the involvements. The involvements are generated. I would like to see this new involvements.yaml. Where did it go? Here it is. Alt click. Oh! That went better than I thought it would. That went better than I thought it would. Hang on. Jim Remsick. Co-organizer. It's gonna ask me if I want to overwrite. I say yes. That's so good! That's so good. Okay, let me look at the test. I'm gonna try just like this and see if that works. Oh no, not that. I mean, that's fine, but like not that. Okay, so this is going to be generator with organizers, generator with users argument, and then our last test is going to be generator with both arguments. Okay, we'll eliminate that one. Marco Ross says out of 6,723 YouTube videos we have in the dataset, 2,919, approximately 43% are hosted from Confreaks. Geeky Grocer says, huh, I think the Bang Bang Con seems good to go. Should I just peer it and hit go? And Michael Roth goes, YOLO! I would say maybe, like, test it again. You know, like, just boot it up, run around, see if you're happy with everything, do a re-review. Okay, so for this one, with the both arguments, I'm thinking no, I don't want that. But I do want organizations, and for organizations, I want flagrant. Yes, thank you. The one thing I'm noticing, Microsoft says, you can also do that in production. You know what? I'm gonna rephrase this. I'm a mistake-prone person, which is why I'm paranoid. I make mistakes, and I acknowledge my humanity. Actually, this is really close to the actual thing. Users, organizers, flagrant. You know, we should probably like link all of those Confreak videos in like the involvements. Geeky Research says, oh hey, now I found the problem. Some of the extra data is wrong, so it needs a bit more work. Ha! My paranoia! Okay. Yeah, that looks good. That looks like what I'm looking for. And what about this one? Oh, wait, I need to do something other than Austin. Honestly, I can just do EXO Ruby and then like... $2021. And then down here, we just do 2026, and we do dash dash event series EXO Ruby. Yep. Let me look at this one. Austin 2025. Austin 2025. Name organizers. Organizations. Flagrant. Another org. I'm good with that, actually. Organizers. Flagrant and another org. Lovely. Lovely. Yes. Close that. Okay, that all looks good. Run in terminal. Come on, do the thing. No! Poo. Well, and then this one is kind of hard to read, but let's try clicking it. Expected name organizers to match. Docs adding involvements, add name organizers. Oh, so the name is not in quotes. I think we need it to be in quotes. Let me try save apply true. Yeah. Okay. Let's try it again. Yeah, sure. And let me check out Salt Lake City. I'll click. I feel like I did this. Yes. Uh-oh. That's not good. Involvement generator. Okay, let me click this. It's not doing it right. The CFP is doing it right. So if I go to my Yerba file. Okay. Directives 1, collection style, sequence style, key style plain, value style double. I don't think this one gets applied because it's not inside rules. Giger says, "Is that whisper just made me wonder what a ChaelCodes ASMR would be?" It would just be me typing on the keyboard and whispering to you. Alright, so this one's event, this one's involvements. Okay, quote style, users is plain. Organizations is plain. I'm just gonna specify it and see if it works. Quote style. Path. Name. Double. And I'm gonna try generating it again. Microsoft says, can't Rails generators accept the same args twice? They're different args, right? Wait, it did force it. Or wait, did it? Okay. I have name organizer, and then I have users Jim Remzik and organizers flagrant. And then I do yes. And it forces it to change. Then I come over here, and it doesn't have the thing. It doesn't have the thing. Okay. Let me read this. Because this is an additional problem. Involvement entry organizations equals options organizations. Organizations. Type array. Description. Organization deems involved in this role. Options organizations. Okay. I'm going to come in here. Binding.irb. Oh. I added all of the vowels to that. Across this like users Jim, users Chael? I think so. But that's not even what we're testing right now. Right now we're testing users and organizers. Because this one is event, ExoRuby, Salt Lake City, name organizer, users Jim Remzik, organizers flagrant. So we're not even at like users Jim, users Chael. Okay. I'm gonna say yes. Okay, now I'm here. What is my involvement entry? I have a name organizer, and then I have a users Jim Remzik. What is my options? What are my options? Why don't I have organizers? Why don't I have organizers? Oh my god. Is it a ZS thing? Oh my god. It's organizations. Ah. Organizations. That was not a real thing that I just tried to do there. Organizations. Okay. Involvement entry. Yep, there it is. Good as new. Continue. Okay. That's just me. Yep, there it is. Mouse Hoops says, so did your YouTube stream fail earlier? For some reason I thought both did and bounced, but wondering if it was just YouTube since this isn't live there right now. This is not live on YouTube. That's good to know. Everything died. Yeah, and I restarted the stream twice. And I did a short little stream from my phone to be like, hey everybody, sorry my stream died. Bye, power's out. But then the power came back on, so I restarted my stream. Okay, let me start at the beginning. There I was, happily streaming, fighting with generators, fighting with, at that point, trying to convince our validators for YAML to show up in Rubocop, even though it's designed to work with Ruby files. Which, by the way, successfully managed to get standard RB, which is a Rubocop thing to validate YAML files, which now that I say it out loud is a little bit cursed. But that worked. At the time it wasn't, so I was fighting with that, and then all of a sudden, the lights went dark. The monitors went dark. The stream was dead. And I look around and I go, what just happened? And then I pull out my phone and I start up a Twitch mobile stream to tell everybody, hey, power's out, stream's over, sorry I disappeared. And then I end that, boom, lights are back on. So I start the computer back up, start the stream back up. I'm not seeing anything in chat. I'm not seeing anybody in chat. I don't know if my mobile Twitch stream made it out. I don't know if I'm even connected right now. So I take the stream down. I start it back up again. I can see over on the YouTube side of things, and in fact, even right now, YouTube is telling me that I'm streaming and that my connection is excellent. Yeah, it's telling me my stream health is excellent and that I've been live for 4 hours at this exact moment. But apparently not. But yes. Miles says, whoa, ha. Yes, intense. Very much so. If I had my universal thing, my uninterruptible power supply, then I would have had 15 minutes to shut down the stream and I probably would not be on right now. Okay. This works now. This is all good. I'm gonna run these tests again. I'm gonna copy the relative path. I'm just gonna do up here. Then Rails test, run the test. Run. Failed. Okay, what's the first failure? Expected name organizers to match name organizers. Okay, so I'm not getting quotes. Geeky Girl Sarah says, I definitely had a power outage on a stream before too. Thankfully it didn't last long. And thankfully most everyone was still there going, huh? We just thought it was Twitch. This is also not my first power outage. Does anybody remember when Lifts with a Straight Bar was messing with the power on the patio when I was streaming and short-circuited it? Oh, I was so mad. I was so mad. Okay, so name is being double quoted. Name is being double quoted. Okay. Expected name organizers to match name organizers. Weird. Let me expand this. Expected name organizers to match name organizers. Expected name organizers to match... Oh, wait a second. Geeky Girl Sarah says, I have a UPS on the desktop and on my network stuff in NAS, but not on my fiber connection coming into the house. Maybe I should get one for that too. So my network stuff and my computer used to have a UPS, and so did Ken's, but they got moved around the house, and the one on the network we recently found out has died. Here's what I think is happening. I think when I run the generator not in test mode, it is finding the correct yerba file. And when I run it in test mode, it is not. That's my current theory. Because if I run this command, as we've previously seen, bin rails g. Hang on. I'm just gonna... It's in another one of these tabs. This one. Yeah, so if I run this one, bin rails g involvements event, exo ruby salt lake city 2026 organizer user organizations. It says conflict. I say force. It forces, and I get this. I'm gonna try deleting it. Delete permanently. And run it again. Create. Where did you go? Organizer. Mousehoops says, reminds me of 26 years ago. I was in the middle of an online league game for an online multiplayer video game, and my pet rabbit bit through the 56K modem cable. By the time I spliced it all back together, my team was so far behind we had no chance to catch up. I definitely prefer cats. They chew on cables too, but maybe not as much as bunnies. Okay. How can I fix this? Phantom Lynch says, I don't know if I can actually get a UPS to handle full power for my PC. 1000 watts is apparently hard to drive. And by that, I'm curious how you even plug it in. I mean, I can exclude that. I don't love that solution, though. And I will admit, I'm a bit concerned about the fact that Yerba gives me different results in tests than it does in production. Or, well, in development, even. Yeah, because it does document and apply. I don't know why that would be different in test versus... The folder is different, maybe? The folder is different. The folder is different, but that doesn't make sense. Mousehoops says, yeah, actually one of my cats bit through the cable to the fan on my telescope. So cats are safer, but definitely not completely safe. Yeah. Well, that works. That is good to go. I'm going to run the whole thing in the terminal and it's all going to pass. Yeah. And I think one of the fun things that I can kind of do is I can copy these and actually paste them in the other ones. Like for Exo Ruby Seattle 2026, I could just paste that there. For Vancouver, I could just paste that there. Oh wait, do I already have one? I already have one. Okay. Delete. Delete. And then, let's see. Where's the other 2026? 1, 2. Oh, you're already set up. Okay, Vancouver. Yeah, everything's passing for that now. Let me check through the usage. Usage. Involvements. Creates the involvements for a given event. Add organizer involvements for ExoRuby 2026 Salt Lake City. Bin RailsG involvements. Event ExoRuby Salt Lake City 2026. Name organizer. Users Jim Remsick. Organizations Flagrant. This will create this. Example. Add multiple. I'm terrible at this. Multiple volunteer involvements. Sure. For ExoRuby 2025 Austin. Let me check what Spotify is playing. Spotify is playing on the Office speaker. It has been taken from us. We must now rely on YouTube. Harris Heller. Stream Beats by Harris Heller. I mean, this will look fun, but I'm looking more for like playlists. I see music videos, Demon, Stream Beats Originals, music videos, Stream Beats Christmas. 31 doesn't feel like the correct number. Verified by Spotify. Let me try Stream Beats Lo-Fi. Nope. That's weird. Let's see. Phantom Glitch says, cat brought in a mouse. Mouse then chewed through the power cord from my dad's laptop. Mouse was toasty, and his work replaced the cable. See? Can't trust cats. Alright, let's see. What am I doing? I'm adding multiple volunteer involvements for ExoRuby 2025 Austin. Okay. I mean, or I guess I could do Seattle, but let's do Austin. Austin involvements. Well, I like that. All right. Nope, that one's good. I need an update test. Geeky Grocer says, ouch! Sadly, a mistake the mouse won't be able to learn from. Too true. Phantom Glitch says, that's what my dad said when he found the warm mouse. Alright, so this one is add involvement entry. I'm going to say def delete existing involvement entry. Let's see. So we're going to do existing entry equals yerba document dot find, and then delete if it exists. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Existing. to year by file, involvements, usage, add multiple volunteer involvements for EXO Ruby Austin. Yes. Okay. Let's do this one. Bin Rails, EXO Ruby 2025. Austin. Volunteers. Geeky Girl Sarah says, Theodosis, one of my cats, loves string. Like, he has his own favorite string he carries around the house. I always just have to make sure if I'm messing with any cables that he doesn't think it's another string to play with. When mine were kittens, they used to try and steal my shoelaces. Mike Ross says, do you mind me pushing up to your Rubicop branch? Nope, feel free. Phantom Glitch says, we try to catch and release as much as we can, but we've had to kill a few. Sadly, a lovely crow that maimed itself on our living room wall. Oh. Yeah, and that would be an unfortunate vet trip. Gigi Rosario says, I love that we have this side conversation that has no relation to ChaelCodes. She's just pleasantly continuing to work despite us, lol. Mel Swoop says, Theodosis is an awesome name. I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm like, this is very dramatic. Like, there's a dead crow in this story. Okay, so this is event, Austin, name volunteers, users Ellis Smith, Bob Johnson, organizations, community org, another org. Yeah, so we're going to remove the organizations. And then we're going to add multiple users here. Yeah, that looks accurate. Volunteers. So then I'm going to pull up Austin. That's right. And I don't know why I'm trying to make this accurate. It's unnecessary. Like, just to be frank, this is completely unnecessary. Rick Benavides. No to that organization. And let's just check whether users Michelle Doltzenrod, users, and then we'll say Reluca Bedoy, users, and Mando Escamilla. Oh, we didn't like that. It doesn't like yerbadocument.find. I see. That's fine. I can fix that fairly quickly. Involvements generator test. No involvements generator, please. Involvements generator. Yerbadocument dot each do entry. No. Entry if entry name equals options name. And then we just say entry dot delete. I think it's delete. And then I don't need existing entry. Yerbadocument.each do entry if entry name equals options name entry dot delete. That value. I think. I'm not sure. Macro says these new Ruby error messages look bad in a narrow terminal. Oh, Rorschach. Theodosius and his brother Rorschach are two very lovely, human-loving house panthers, as my friend calls them. They're longer than my keyboard. They are huge. They are huge. Geeky Girl Sarah says they regularly frequented my stream back when I streamed. I still say someday I'll go back to it, but Chael's seen my boys. I have. Oh, posture check. Rorschach is a great name too. I have a cat named Boltzmann, the other Link. Both nerdy, but only Boltzmann can hold a candle to Theodosius as a cat name. Aww. And we have a Hydrate. My girl says these new Ruby error messages look bad in narrow terminal. They're very narrow terminal. Like that's an extra narrow terminal because I do have a square screen. Bellin5 says hello. Hello. Phantom Glitch says the crow which stained the wall was somehow caught by our youngest, Stan, who has no teeth and can't usually hunt dead mice, who dragged it down the garden through the cat flap and into the living room. We were slightly impressed and mildly concerned. Very concerned. Geeky Girl Sarah says, I got them from... Oh, I can't take all the credit. I got my cats from a shelter already, had the names, and they already answered to them. Had to keep them. Geeky Girl Sarah says, Boltzmann is also great, and the cats have no clue how weird their name might be. Thank you for following, Cozy Azeroth. Front end. Hang on. Nope, not that one. This one! This is what the front end looks like. Da-na-na-na. This is Ruby Events. Ruby Events. But yeah, right now I'm working on some back-end code. I'm working on generating the YAML files that support all of the things that we just saw. Okay, let's open this up. We got a failure here. It did not like that. What did it not like? What did it not like? It did not like invoke, command run, invoke command. It does not like yerba.find. That's right. And I updated that. So let's try it again. Did not like that. What did it not like this time? Yerba document.each. That makes sense. Let's see. Yerba document, square brackets, square brackets. There. Run it again! Phantom Glitch says, I've heard some fantastic names before, and I think Rorschach is one of the most creative I've heard. Yeah. Depends on how you look at it. You can really see anything you want in a name like that. Okay, let me open Spotify. Spotify. Did y'all hear a big thump? By the way, we got the music back. Geeky here says, and he's white with gray spots randomly on his body. They'll give nerdy creative points to Chael's cat. So my cats are Ruby and Pearl. Geeky Girl Sarah, speaking of, Phantom Glitch says, OMG, Chael, that was so bad! But so good. Who else is this? Depends on how you look at it. Chael's got bars. Yes. Geeky Girl Sarah redeemed cat attention time. Alright, let's pay attention to the cats. I saw something interesting. I saw that the generators are not failing. I got you, Pearl. Oh, you're so warm. My hands are so cold. I took my hoodie off earlier and I left it upstairs, so now I am cold. Oh, I got you. I got you. You're trapped, Pearl. Yeah. You know, my cats are so small lately. They're so small. When did you get so small? Why are you sideways? Big Girl Sarah says all you need to do is type with one cat on each hand. I'll let you type. You want to type? Okay. The thing I saw that is interesting is that This just ran and didn't end. I think what's happening is the template file didn't update, maybe? Maybe. I need to add some says, and I need to add some notes about adding say. Oh, you're a cat. I got you. Oh, I love you. I'm hugging you. Panda Glitches. Oh, happy Pearl. She is actually purring now. Geeky Girl Sarah says, I mean, I'm skewed. Normal sized cats just look small now when you have cats the size of a small dog. Yeah. You're bigger than a chihuahua. You're bigger than a chihuahua. Less fluffy, but about the size of a Pomeranian. Alright, cat attention time is done. Get out of here. Alright. I know exactly what I want. I want to see if this worked. Wait, no. Maybe? I need Austin now. Let me go to this. And here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say added involvement entry to file path. Yeah. You know, I could even do that up here where I'm like updating involvement path. Updating. No, that's unnecessary because if we do the template, then it's... Yes. Good. If... And right here, we'll do a say. Existing involvement entry options dot name found updating dot dot dot, and then it's gonna say added involvement entry. Microsoft process. By the way, can't you just do yerba document dot each directly? Wow, let's take a look at that. Geeky Girl Sarah says, that was good, cat attention time. Back to code. Yerba document dot each. Undefined method each for an instance of yerba document. I bet I might. I wonder. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do the other one. But I wonder if root works. Mega Ross says maybe not root dot each. Yeah, root does work. Okay, so existing involvement entry, volunteers found, updating. Okay. Space there. And then I want this to be yellow. And then this one can be green. Perfect. Yeah, okay, let me try that again. Right. Go! I believe in you. Aha! Existing involvement entry volunteers found. Updating. Added involvement entry volunteers to this. It didn't work! It didn't work, it didn't work, it didn't work. Okay, so the users updates it to the last possible one. I'm gonna delete that, delete that, delete that. Save this. Back in here. Yeah, so users, each user's overwrites. So we want to make sure it looks like that. And let me check the usage. Yes. Ah, damn it. It's not volunteers. It's volunteer. Kicking myself. Well, good news is I know it's going to work. I'm gonna run this and there should be absolutely no changes. And then I'm gonna copy this. You can see. And take it, I'm gonna put it right in the usage. Slash enter. Let's call it. Perfect. I'm gonna create this. Oh, can we also call it name.singularize to make sure we have it consistent? Yes. Mouse Foopses have to drop off to cook. Looking forward to seeing y'all less than a fortnight. Ciao. Bye. I'm looking forward to seeing you. I can't believe that it's like so soon. Like, I'm gonna have my next stream, and then the one after that will be after the event. The one after that will be after the event. So you want it to be singular. Okay. Singularize. Yeah. Ensure file exists. Year of a document. Options name. I need to singularize it here and here. So I'm gonna do up here where I have the involvements file path. Def involvement attributes. And this is going to be name dot singularize. And then we'll just do at involvement or equals. And then take what, 5 of these? Perfect. And I can even take this and bring that back here. Is that good? Yeah, and then I'll do 4 the indent. How's that? That looks good. That looks just about perfect. And then I'll come down here, and when I'm checking for this, I'll just do involvement attributes. Yeah. And then delete it. Yes. And then instead of this, delete, 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 delete. Attributes. Beautiful. And I'm gonna run my tests. I'm gonna run this. And everything should be exactly the same. Micro says, I'm leaving in 4 days. You gotta pack. Gotta wash all your black shirts and black pants. Actually, I do have to do a whole roundup of laundry and packing and everything I'm gonna wear, because I'm leaving on Monday and I'm coming back Saturday. Then I'm just realizing it's 1:30 a.m. and I've not cooked yet. It's fine, but also fancy organic jerky. Brooklyn Naked, if you want to sponsor me, you have a better chance than the manscaping does. Okay, let me go back over to the this one. Yeah, it looks great. Why is that an extra line at the bottom? Megarod says same, but 2:30 a.m. This and like the two whatchamacallits, the two ice creams that I ate are all that I've eaten. Phantom Glitch says Chael being sponsored by the things that keep her functioning. Stock Coffee and Chobani Creamer. Reach out. You know you want that nerd audience. Yerba Madre. It's what keeps me going. Hashtag nerd audience. Okay. Delete that. So the spacing on this is a little weird, but Bin Lint's gonna fix it. Micro says, which flavor is that? Would you be interested in trying Awakening Orange? Hang on. May I introduce you to Yerba Madre Awakening Orange. It's bright, it's refreshing, it's naturally caffeinated, it's organic yerba mate in a can. So convenient. When you don't have time for coffee, grab a yerba. Phantom Glitch says, I did reach out to a local coffee supplier to ask if they wanted to sponsor the comp science cyber departments. They're like, we don't need to. They're like, y'all are already our customers. Okay. Let's see. Let's do updates. Updates. Yeah. Oh, let me run the tests. That might be helpful. Let me run the generator tests. No, it failed. Why did it fail? What could possibly have gone wrong? Okay, what is this? Expected organizers. Oh, it's singular. It's singular. It's singular now. All of the tests are singular now. Okay. That's a me. That's a me. Organizer. 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 There we go. Perfect. Okay. That was a great test. Chael, fuel your nerds the way I fuel my nerd. Yerba Madre. Woohoo! Get you some code! Excuse me, I just need to go over here and just... Mecca Ross says we got the local matcha company to sponsor and supply matcha for Helvetic Ruby. That's awesome. Geeky Girl Sarah says, uh-oh, she's like half standing now. This is a standing desk. I can go full standing. Mark Ross says, isn't it great when the computer does what you asked it to? Okay. You say that, but we just saw the white space wiggling. It's like it's scooching. The white space is scooching. And it's all yerba. I'm not doing any logic in the involvements one. It's all yerba. Giger Sarah, woo! Crushes can on forehead. Yeah, I'm not from that part of the South. Giger Sarah says, kidding, don't do that part. Yeah, no, I don't think I can. Like, I don't think I can even like, Hurr! There's a trick to it. I don't know what the trick is. I bet the trick is like you squish it while you're doing it. Hang on. No, that's not the trick. I don't know what the trick is to crush a can on your forehead. Oh, but I can guarantee you I'm not doing it. Let me see. Check, 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 check. Good, 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 good. Save it. Usage. Phantom Glitch says there are 3D printed desk mounted can crushers. I want one so bad. Giger Sarah, so one secret I learned once was to grab the top in one hand, bottom in the other, then squeeze the sides as you twist it and it crushes easily. It's getting on me. I crushed my can. I'm actually really into recycling cans. Like, I will seriously, like, in my family, I will, like, stop them and be like, You put a can in the trash can. You're supposed to rinse it out. The companies actually want to recycle aluminum. You gotta help them. Geeky says and Chael's mind is blown. But let's get to something serious. We need to get to some wiggly white space. Yeah, okay, so if we go to this one, and I run this, and it says name, volunteer, users, Michelle, etc. It's gonna update this. And it looks like it's kind of like scooched a little bit. And there's an extra white space at the bottom. And if I run it again, well, at least it's not wiggling more. It's only wiggling once. That's good. Some of them wiggle a lot. But yeah, if we go in here and we like add some space, remove some, run this. Ooch. I'm gonna open the yerba file because I know you're gonna ask me to. There's nothing in here specifically about the number of lines. Not interested in that. I can try this one. For you, Gink. P. Ah, not you. I'm gonna run it again. And now it just added an extra white space. I'm gonna run it again. Boop, extra white space. Micro says, are you using Yerba to construct the whole file? Yes. Or is that coming from a YAML.tt file? It's all Yerba. it's all Yerba. Every time I run it, an extra line. Ooh, okay. What happens if I Yerba check? It says it would change tropical on Rails involvements. Apply. Apply. No. Fine. Yerba check help. Just says files. Yerba apply. Yeah! Yeah! Yerba says this is totally okay. Micra says, and if you run Yerba apply. Yerba's all good. Yerba says this is exactly as it should be. Yerba is totally behind this. Yerba's like, I made those blank lines and I want them there. But yes, this file is being updated exclusively by Yerba, because if I go to my involvements generator, I have an existing file. I parse the file. I delete the existing involvement entry using Yerba. And then I go to the Yerba document, I send in the involvement attributes, and I save it. I'm done. Good job, me. Get status. Get add-i. Microassist, not good. No. But also, I can't ask you to fix Yerba because you're supposed to be working on herb. Which means I have to go fix Yerba. All right, what now? I'm gonna stage some stuff. First of all, I'm gonna look for any untracked files. We got some new involvements. Those are the only ones I want, so I'm not gonna add them. 5, time to patch add some stuff. 1, Yerba file. What else? I want 3 involvements usage. 4, Oh, let me do the 3 through 5. Go. Yes! Oh, I don't want that. Edit that. Yes, excellent. Uh-huh. Yes, thank you very much. This is why I patch add. Yes. And then for this part, can I split it a little bit? No, it's already split. Yeah. Yes, I want that. Then right here, delete existing involvement entity. I just want to delete it. I'm not copying any values over. Yes. And then right here, these are all of the tests with the user's argument, with the organizer's argument, and with both arguments. Yes. Git commit nashim. Update involvements so they can mutate. Yes, excellent. Everything is working exactly the way that it's supposed to. Why can't it be like this all the time? Not the way it's supposed to. Within acceptable parameters. Kira Sarah says, ooh, a music stream now. Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. Done. Okay, good. Git commit binlint. Let me just run binlint. Geeky Girl Sarah dances to the music. My arms are so getting old. I'm getting old. All right, let's see. What do we got here? I need to update the documentation. Adding involvements. This guide explains how to add involvement information, organizers, program committee members, volunteers, etc. for conferences and events in the Ruby Events platform. Overview. Involvement data is stored in YAML files within the conference event directories. Each conference can have its own involvements file that defines the people and organizations involved in the event and their roles. File structures. Involvements are stored in YAML files at here. For example, here. All of this, I think, gets deleted. Yeah, we no longer do that part. Lead. We now rely on them looking at the involvements. We no longer do field descriptions. We do keep common roles. Let me check. Adding sponsors. I don't want to do videos. Videos is too complicated. Adding events. Adding a new event? Nope. Events is too complicated. Sponsors. Yeah, sponsors are stored in YAML files at this. At this. For example. Common sponsor to use. Yeah, all permitted fields are defined in this. And this is obviously going to be involvement schema. And then let me just check that that exists. It does exist. Good job. Geeky Girl Sarah says, okay, so apparently since wiping and reinstalling the computer, I haven't tried to run Jekyll. I'm diving in now. Wish me luck. Good luck. Seriously, good luck. Typical roles used in involvement: organizer, program committee member, MC, volunteer, scholar, guide, etc. SO. Note that we use singular role names underscore. Step-by-step guide. First, check if it already exists. Where did sponsors go? Oh, we do generation next. Check for an existing one. If it doesn't exist, create it. Gather involvement information. Structure the YAML. Troubleshooting. All right. Do I still use the... How do I structure this? It's generation. Then it goes step-by-step guide. Yes. Okay. So we're going to do... generation. Inspired by our conversation earlier. Ooh, add confreaks for video production involvements. Exciting. Add confreaks to all involvements.yaml files where they were involved. Woo! Video production. Ooh, exciting. To do, add organizer. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. That's really cool. I really like that. That's a lot, though. That's gonna be a big one. Let's see. Geeky Grosero says, ooh, only 110 files changed. I like that one, though. Okay. Let me go to generation. Generate an involvements.yaml in the correct folder using the involvements generator. Yes. Flawless. Yes. And then they don't need to include the event series. We'll go look it up for them. In fact, I almost want to look it up for them. Adding sponsors. Okay, if you are adding, check the usage instructions using help. And then right here, we'll just change that. Involvements. Okay. Check existing, create or edit. Yep. And that's going to be the Ben Rails involvements. And there we'll just put event slug. Role name, users, name, name 2. Name 1, name 2, organizations, org 1, org 2. Marcus says, I guess that means 110 events. I feel like you quoted a much higher number the first time. For each role, collect the role title, the names of people who have this role, any organizations associated with the role. Optional. Structure the YAML. Okay, that part's kind of gone. Check, create, or edit the sponsors file. Yeah, we don't actually need this part anymore. Delete, 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 delete. That only exists in the sponsors because the current version of the sponsors file 1, 2, 3. 4 dot format your YAML, run seeds to load data, review on your dev server. Okay. format the YAML. Bash. Marco says RubyConf and RailsConf usually have by far the most talks, like 60 to 100 each. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It's you quoted me talks earlier, not necessarily involved events. Run the linter. Yep, and then whoop. Yes. Finland. 1, 2, 3, 5. Run seeds to load data. Adding sponsors. You are supposed to be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yank yank. In fact, that's the one I missed. Tick tick tick. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3. 6 dot. I don't know why you're getting so confused about this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 yank yank. Yes. Look here, troubleshooting, common issues, submission process. Do I have the submission process already? I do. Yank yank that one. Finland bin dev. Yes! Alright. Done! Geeky Grossera says, when is ChaelConf this year? ChaelConf was at Tropical on Rails and 3 people attended. It's gonna have another smaller ChaelConf and RubyConf, and we'll have 1, 2, 3 people attending, I believe. Anywhere between 3 and 15. Yeah, anywhere between 3 and 15. Wide range, but is how it is. I'm sorry, I just... I find that funny. Use users. Do I need to do that? I don't think I need to do that. Do I need to do that? Marco Ross says it's every Sunday at 1700 UTC. Geeky User says, when's it coming to Pittsburgh? I will definitely let you know when it comes to Pittsburgh. Okay, so let me see. It is an online event though, ChaelCodes. There's like the ChaelCodes conf, and that one is, yeah, it's virtual every Sunday. 1700 UTC. Is it 1700 UTC? I thought I said it's 1600. I started at 1600, but I said 1800. Oh, that's why you're saying 1700. Geeker says, all right, ChaelConf and ChaelCodes conf. McGrath says, oh yeah, summertime. Yep, summertime. Okay, yeah, that's good. I think that's updated enough. It's kind of long. Phantom Glitch says, ChaelConf World Tour coming to a local center near you. Yep. All right, I'm going to do a git commit -pm update documentation. No. Yes. 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 No. I want to go to usage. involvements. Yep, that's got multiple people. So we're going to be able to, it's going to know how to add multiple people. Add organizer involvements, add multiple volunteer involvements. I need an, oh nope, there it's got the organizer involvements with both a user and an organization. Add organizer involvements for ExoRuby 2026 Salt Lake City. Yep, and multiple volunteer involvements. Yep, looks good. Phantom Glitch says, ping me on Discord when it comes to the UK, please. We are very limited on fun events here. I definitely will. And it probably will. I'm also, like, I'm trying to get Yuruko on the list, but here's the thing. I promised myself that I would go to Kaigi. And so, and also RubyConf Australia is happening next year. So RubyConf Australia is happening in 2027, and I'm going. I'm so going. So with Ruby Kaigi and RubyConf Australia, I don't think I can make another international, which means no Brazil and no Europe. Micro says Brighton Ruby just happened. Brighton Ruby is a fantastic one-day event for those in the UK. Okay. I tried to get coding with Caleb and Papa Smurf of Death to go together one year. They just kind of like awkwardly glanced at each other and did not, which makes me sad. Makes me very sad. I like setting people up to be conference buddies. Okay, Git branch. I'm on the involvement generator. Usages is good. Git push. Excellent. Yeah, and I'm just gonna, I'll click that. Command C, go back here, go back here. Phantom Glitch says, I am planning on going next year, but at the moment I'm on the wrong end of the country with no transport. I mean, that's so close for a conference, though. And it's only a day. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. I'm looking for this. Go. I want to know what the failures are here. Conversation. What test is failing? Let's see. Test. Failure. Classic autoloader. That mini test one cannot come fast enough. There's like a mini test GitHub annotation thing, and I want it so bad. I'm like, recommendations for, I don't want any of this. None of this. I want the error. I want the error, and I want it in red. Ooh. Oh. I bet one of the actual files that we use as a fixture was updated. That's probably a test update. Yep, that's probably a test update. Anyway. Involvements! Generator! Description. Generate involvements for events. Ding, ding, ding. Testing steps. Tuk, tuk, tuk. Bash. Tuk, tuk, tuk. Let me go find one of these. Boop. Okay, instead of a draft pull request, I just want a regular pull request. Thank you. Files changed. Let's review. Added documentation. So a lot of this is deleting documentation because we no longer need to communicate what the YAML structure is because the generator knows that. The only thing they need to know is what the attributes are. Next. Run the linter to automatically format and verify all required properties are present. Good. This is the template header. It's going to add an empty array. This is a good thing because we're going to go through, we're going to add some stuff here, we're going to add some stuff in the usage, we're going to add our involvement entries to that array. If they want to remove them, they have to delete them themselves. Quote style, path name, value double. That got it to work. Blank lines, path 1. Perfect. I am noticing that none of these are the data changes. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to do yerba apply. And then git commit dash p and git add dash I. Excellent. We're going to go to 4. And then I'm going to add 2 through 4. Yes. Flawless. Fandom Glitch says, it's not far. Makar is back in my parents' house in Cambridgeshire, though. Moving home there in 2 weeks anyway. P. 1. Yes. And then it looks like it wants a space between the to-do and the rest of these values. So that's what blank lines does. That's fun. That's actually funny to me. Okay, Q, and then git commit dash PM. And we're gonna say dash M because I've already added the values. Update involvements for Exo Ruby Pacific Northwest and yerba apply updates for tropical. Git push. Off it goes. Off it goes. And then I'm going to do a few more things over here. I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to go to conversation. It says it's ready to merge, but it's going to want to run everything on it first. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to issues over here, open that in a new tab. This says checks for involvements.yaml, new issue, validate involvement role name is singular. Description. Build a new validator for involvements that ensures the role name is singular. Square brackets, parentheses, involvements. ChaelConf World Tour coming to a city near you. New York, London, Rome, Beijing, Sydney, Los Angeles. Buy your tickets today. I think you do this just to have me make the fun noises. All of the UK has no fun events. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, no, I think the UK definitely has some fun events. Geeky Girl Sarah says 5 out of 5 stars. No notes. No notes and no clip. What a shame. Alright, now I want the new validator. Issues. Checks. Copy relative path. Copy link address. copy link address. And see, this one is definitely a validator, not a schema. The involvements, the new validator, will need to be wired into validate.rake and what's the other one? Macross says might have to clip it now. Fandom Glitch says, CUK, we aren't very fun people. I'm sure there's some, I just don't know about them. I love all of my UK chatters, and I think they're very fun. Geeky Girl Sarah says, I watch John Oliver. I understand how it's fun. I like John Oliver too! The new validator will need to be wired into validate.rake, and the tests for the validator, the involvements generator. Great. Geeker says kidding. Why are you broken? Why? What sort of test here would be broken? Here, let's see. Expected organizers to match organizer. I fixed that, didn't I? I thought I fixed that. I guess I did not fix that. Okay, let's go fix that. Tick. Not tick. Test. Organizer. Okay, we done? That's all three? That's all three. Oh, I need an update test, don't I? Yeah, I do. I can't believe I almost walked out of here with no update test. Test. And we're gonna do generator updates existing involvements file. And what we're gonna do here. Yeah, have we done Salt Lake City? We've done Salt Lake City. We have to pick a different ExoRuby event. So we do ExoRuby. This is 2026. This one can be 2027. This one can be 2027. This one can be event series, ExoRuby. And so we're gonna make an organizer. Yes. This, yeah, is actually right. Refute match. Ensure the old one is removed. I'm actually gonna mix this up a little bit. I'm gonna do name organization. With an S. Flagrant. And refute match Jim Remsick. And then test. Perfect. That is exactly what I want. Yes. Flawless. Love it. Perfect. Okay. Run generator. Yep. Yes. Okay. I mean, close, but not quite. We're gonna run it twice. Assert file path. Yeah! Yes! Good job! Good job. Very proud of you. Clipped by Marco Rob. Geeky Sarah says, good job. Marco Rob, thank you. I'm fine as long as I don't have to do the acting. I thought it was fun. Today was a lot of fun clips, actually. Yes. That looks good. That looks good to me. I need to run these tests. Hang on. I'm gonna run all of these. I'm gonna eat some of these before I leave. I need to share those clips, and I need to set up and schedule the next YouTube video. YouTube live stream. I have to manually create every single YouTube live stream. It doesn't understand like there's a schedule. Or maybe it does and I just haven't figured out how to set that up yet. That looks like it passed. I can't really tell. I'm just gonna run it here. No! Use document root equals empty array first. Updates existing involvements file. That sure looked like it worked. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do what I wanted to, what I think I started with. Square bracket, quote, square bracket. If this error goes away, it's gonna be wild. Geeky Sarah says, time to make a bot schedule all the live streams for you. I don't have enough tokens for that. That's my new, like, I don't have enough bandwidth, I don't have enough spoons. I don't have enough tokens for that. I find it funny. At this point, this should be created. This is already created. My understanding. Then if I go in here, generator updates existing involvements file. File path equals this. Okay. Run generator event series ExoRuby 2027. Check. Name organizer. Users. Check. Should I assert nothing raised there too? Because this is what, 80? 80 is the second pass. 80 is involvements generator. 80, 79, 132, 69. Okay, so that's just climbing up the tree. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to run this with some more errors. Let me double check my involvements generator. The template checks unless file.exists. Geeky Girl Sarah says, isn't what the day job is for? Code so you can make money, spend money on EI tokens for side projects. Let me think about this. I deleted it. I deleted the existing one, and I did not replace it with an array. I deleted the existing one, and I did not replace it with an array. Okay, let me think. Let's put it in here. If you're gonna become existing entry, you're gonna become find, you're gonna become this, updating. You're gonna be if existing entry at existing entry. Then we're gonna delete that, delete that, delete that, put that, delete that. If existing entry or equals end O existing entry users organizations. Delete that. Delete that. Else. Delete that. Put that. De-indent that. Delete that. I need to change this maybe to update. I found the entry. I think I can just do existing entry equals involvement attributes. It's confused about this and that, which makes sense. Okay. Test. No. This is a binding.irb. I'm gonna put 2 in here. Actually, I'm just gonna put 1. Right there. And then, I need the thing. Not this thing. Rails, generator, guides. Yeah, man. Testing! This one. They wanna do the thing. They wanna get this. Oh, I'm so cold. I really thought I had this one. I was like, okay, we're gonna wind down. Stream's gonna be over. Never. Existing entry. There it is. 0 name, organizers, users, Jim Remsick. Sweet. What is involvement attributes? Organization's flagrant. Existing entry equals involvement attributes. Yerba document. 2H. This did not update. Okay. Existing entry dot selector. Come on. What? Where are you a hash? You're a hash. I didn't say you were hash. Let me see. Yerba document find entry. Is it because of the find? No, because if I look at existing entry. Oh, it is. It's not the node. It's not the node. It's not the node. Why is it not the node? Why is it not the node? Okay. Yerba. Give me yerba. Geeky Girl Sarah says this background song feels very town inside Legend of Zelda. Yes, it does. GitHub.com/MargaRoth/yerba. I've done this before, where I go and I find the thing. Let me try this. I'm gonna try looking at some of my other examples in here. Talk generator. Existing talk. Document.findby. Document.findby. No, that's static videos file. That's different. But I can look at that. Videos file. Find by ID. Find by ID. Document.findby field value. Document root.each.filter map. Okay, that might not be the one I'm looking for. Hang on, let's take a look at this. Ooh. Okay, let me pull this up. Alright, this extension only forwarded Ruby and gem file documents to the standard language server, so custom Rubocop cops that lint other file types, a YAML data validator, and ERB linter never received their files. This pull request adds a new standard Ruby.additional languages setting, an array of VS Code language identifiers that extends both the document selector and the supported language check. It defaults to this, so nothing changes unless the project opts in, e.g. YAML routes YAML to the server. Additional VS Code language identifiers to send to the standard Ruby language server in addition to Ruby and Gemfile. Use this to lint non-Ruby files that a custom Rubocop handles via on other file. For example, YAML for a plugin that validates data **YAML, or ERB for an ERB linter. Important, standards built-in cops must be excluded for these files in your project config, e.g. lint layout excludes **YAML. Otherwise, every file of that type will be parsed as Ruby and report lint syntax errors. Ooh. I want to autocorrect him. Okay. Wait, no, go back. Yeah, that one. I don't have the YouTube video recording, so, but that's fine. Let me go back to this. So my existing entry, oh no, hang on. I think I know what it is. Hang on. Talk generator, update talk. No, I think I know what I did. Hang on. I think I didn't update the select. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna quit and I'm gonna do this again because it's gonna be easier. Okay, involvements generator test. Hi, Lips. Okay. At existing entry. At this point, this is a selector. Selector. It has a selector. Okay. Here's what I think I can do. What was it called again? Not you. Get out of here. You. Yerba document. Existing entry dot selector equals involvement attributes. No. Document group is a sequence, not a map. Not fair. Not fair. I think my PR would fix not this one, but the delete and re-add approach. Baccarat says it's merged and released on version 0.7.4. Wait, is it in Ruby events? Did that happen while I was here? Git log. Git fetch. Or which PR did you mean? Okay, hang on. I thought I had notes on this PR. I put in a new one. For, where's Yerba? Here's Yerba. So, I think I tagged you and you had feedback and I did not respond to it yet. This one! It was merged 1 hour ago. The feedback was... Okay. More tests, clean up, fix tests. 2 days ago, you were like, shouldn't we assert the YAML document as string here? More tests. Delete one of 2 sequence items does not collapse. I think there were already ones that did that, which is why I skipped it. Yeah, and then this one... Yeah, whatever. Clean up. Fix tests. Parent path? Map entries count 1. Collapse to empty flow map. Ooh, yeah, we needed a collapse to empty flow map too. Okay, I see what you're doing there. Yeah. So is this in? Because this was an hour ago. Because I think this one would fix my delete add approach. It's not in, but you can bump yerba. Okay. Is this released? Let me see. Yerba was born out of a need to manage, validate, and enforce consistent formatting for hundreds of YAML data files in the rubyevents.org project. Oh, I updated it in the Rubocop branch because I fixed another thing we needed there. Okay. Let me... I'll bump it in a separate branch. Yes. I think... Do I want the test? What were the changes I made in the test? I do want this test. I do want this test. I do want both of these tests. And I do want those changes. I don't think I want the involvements generator changes. Git commit -pm. Add more tests for mutating. And then if we look at this, this is where I'm deleting and deleting the delete, existing entry, and is this and is that. I don't think I want any of that. I don't want to skip that. I want to skip that file. Yes to this, yes to this, yes to this. Yes. Oof. Git status. Git restore. Yeah, I'm gonna git restore this. I'm gonna git restore. Schemas. And schema.json. That's driving me nuts. I'm gonna have to deal with that soon. Okay. Git checkout main. Git fetch. Git reset hard upstream main. Git push F. Off you go. Git switch -c. Bump yerba. Gem file. Yerba. I think I can just bundle update yerba. Geeky Girl Sarah says, I'm impressed the stream is 6 hours in now. Even longer because remember, the power went out. Yeah. Is it just bundle upgrade? to remember. I bet it's gonna bundle update everything. Ooh. It's fetching yerba. It updated yerba. Yay, it only updated yerba! Yes. Excellent. Git commit -pm. Bump yerba. Yes. Git push. Yes. Okay. I'll click. It opens here. This is the place that I do not want it. Okay, now I'm starting to actually do a lot of things and get a lot of things done. Okay. I go in here. Bump yerba. Bump yerba version to 0.7.4. Create pull request. Run all of our tests! I wonder if I could scooch further down. If I would like that better. No, because I can't get this thing to be further over. It's like... These are supposed to be like super adjustable. On air mark! We want the CI to scream, look to me! And Monkey Man says, shh, don't tell her what time it is. Okay, look at this. This is like the worst monitor adjuster ever. Like I want it to go over here. And what am I supposed to do? Are we supposed to have it like stick out a whole bunch? Like it's really just not. Actually, the lower I get, the further over it gets. But then y'all are like distant. I can't reach you. Honor Mark says, hope you had a better day than I had. Someone broke my window and tried to steal my car. Hopefully your car window. Hey Monkey Man says, ah yes, the monitor workout section of the stream. Thank you. Yes. Honor Mark says, ooh, that looks like the screen arms we have in the studio. Yeah, I don't like them. I feel like every other monitor arm I've ever worked with is better and more flexible. Geeky Grocers about the car says, I hope insurance will fix that. Geeky Grocer says, I love how moving one monitor makes the camera on the other monitor move. Okay, so the cable is like right, like there is no slack in the cable for the camera. But I think I would like this better. Well, it's just low. People are gonna make fun of me for having a low screen. But yeah, it's not really, because I would have to like bring it out. Like if I wanted to bring it out or flex it, but there's really like, I can't go anywhere. I want to go like this way. It just lets you go up. I don't want to go up. And it lets you like tilt them. The tests are failing for the new yerba. Undermark says, yeah, car window, easy fix. Insurance is covering it. $500 deductible, or $50 deductible, so it's super chill. I mean, yeah, but you still don't want to, like, that's still not fun. You don't have to deal with that. That sucks. Ah, what is this? Parse error at line 4, column 1. Expected ... What does that mean? I mean, these are all just type sense things, but this one I care about. Okay, parse error. Name call for proposals. Test update cfp.yaml if called twice with same name. Yerba parse error at line 4, column 1. Name call for proposals. And this is just the schema array. That's failing to parse? That's weird. Don't like that. Under Mark says, I can either laugh or cry, and laughing is so much more fun. Okay, I agree with that. I'm with you on that one. I just moved my entire workstation about 6 inches to the left. This is not a good sign for us. The yearbook makes me wild. Margaret says there must be some invalid syntax before L4. I'm about to open it up. At the generator test. Let me copy that. Then Rails test. But why would it fail for this one? Phantom Glitch has left it funny for you in memes. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is nice. I have a lot more space. I'm smaller now. I'm smaller now. Okay. I'll click. Validate. So it's definitely in here. Yerba.parse file. Test update CFP if called with the same name. It's weird. It's weird. Don't like that. Validate CFP file. Eliminate validated file. This is the update one, right? Test update cfp.yaml if called twice with same name. You don't know what to do. CFP generator. This is find and delete existing CFP. So if file read match, then we're gonna parse it. And I'm gonna go through each of these. And if the CFP name or the CFP link matches, say CFP with name and link already exists in this. Okay, and then what I do is I do existing CFP, CFP entry to H, and then I delete it and I save. Then I append to file. This is no longer a valid option though, because now when I delete with Yerba, instead of having a blank space, I have an empty array. So what it's trying to do is append after the empty array, and it's broken. Okay. Which means now what I need to do is look at this template header.yaml.tt. Template header.yaml.tt. Add an array to it. At no point do we have invalid YAML in here. How do I do to-dos? How do I do to-dos in this world? I don't think I do. Delete permanently. I don't need that. Okay, and in this world, read file match, parse file, document each. Document save. Don't need to save it. Delete. Create CFP record. Existing dig. Yeah. There's the struct. Options. Why am I making a struct for this? I'm making a struct for this because I create a cfp.new and then I append. Okay. Instead of doing that, ensure this exists. def, yerba document, parse file, end. And then document equals yerba document. CFP entry to H, CFP entry delete. Then we come down here. And then we say yerba document. Except instead of that, I think what I can just do is I just grab Florian Yank, put them here. Oh, close the curly brace, indent, and then up here, no longer need the struct. Dot compact. Okay. Geeky Grossera says, to do. Figure out how to do to-dos. Honestly, yes. I don't know how I'm gonna do to-dos anymore. But honestly, in what world would I have a link that was a to-do? Yeah. Well, or the other option is I create it with the thing and then, but you know what? Let's test this. If this passes, I'm done. Or yerba file. Topics. This is blank lines, sort keys. It doesn't have any of the things. Thank you for following, Ravisher. Welcome. Geeky Grocer says to do, no clue. Yep. Well, that was one of the nice things about the templates, is it was really easy to like add in a to do. All right, so this failed. I'm looking for name, call with proposals to be the same as an empty array. I have not done the save. Hang on. Not done the save. Ah. Save. Yes. And we're just gonna say updating. Perfect. Okay. Test. Failure. All right, what's the first one? Name, call for proposals. Call for proposals. Options name. And what's this first one that's failing? Create CFP with valid YAML with all params. Okay. CFP with the generator runs without errors. I'm not interested in this. This is not helpful to me. Create CFP.yaml with valid parameters with no fails. Eliminate validated file. Assert. Nothing raised. Assert. Was it nothing raised? No, that doesn't feel right. Whatever. That looks like 7. Nope, too many. Micro says, did we break it? Yes, we broke it. We broke it. Actually... Start nothing raised. Matches content. Yeah, I don't want that. What I want to match is name, call for proposals. Thank you. Let's see. Macros has been on Yerba, right? Just the way the generator handles and calls it. So it's a little complicated. The way Yerba previously handled it, if you deleted a record, it just left nothing in the YAML. I was taking advantage of that, and I deleted a CFP and was able to append a new one. Now, yeah. Now we replace it with an empty array, which is probably what we should do in that scenario. But it does mean that this one's not broken. So I've already adjusted the generator to be like, hey, let me get this. Oh, hang on. This is no longer necessary. Get rid of all that. Yeah, so I've now adjusted this to be like, hey, get my Yerba document and add name, link, open date, close date. And this is the delete the thing. Honestly, I could try and do the find and update. Because I think that's been going kind of well, but... yeah. Nycross says, I see. Yes. Yes. Then there's my save true. There's my say it was created. Thus far, it looks like they're all empty. And like none of the Yerba stuff is getting applied. Which might be a hint. Document parse file, Yerba document.save. Like this might not be valid. We've had that happen in the past. Does compact return the... Compact bang doesn't return anything, but I thought compact did. Let me try that. Just remove the compact, run it, and it'll put a bunch of empty values, and then I'll figure that out in a second. I'm sure I've done this somewhere else. Not in the event, not in the sponsors, the talks. Because I had to get all of the attributes each. No, I did existing talk key equals value. Yeah. And then my attributes are like, it's complicated. Jura, if I find it, update talk. Otherwise, append. I doubt I've got it in here. You're a parse file, update, 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 update. A lot of these are just like update based on the selector. And that might be part of the trick. because right now I'm appending and wait. Did that pass? No, I have 4 failures. Okay. Okay. Unsurprisingly, I have 4 failures. Okay. Your parse file, CFP file, your document, get the empty array. Well, I think I should be able to just do this. Either one should work, to be honest. Aha! Oh, perfect. Yes, that worked. Now can I do a compact? Isn't the right brace the same as the, yep. Okay. Okay, let me try that. Does that work? I know you're a cat. Yes! Yes. Yes. Okay, so we lost the to-do functionality, but that's fine. And the other thing we need to do is we need to go to the yerba file and we need to specify blank lines. I'm not sure where this one goes. I think it goes before blank lines. Involvements, quote style. 4 gig. Anasir 404 says, "Hey Chael, I have a question, please." Absolutely. Go ahead. Geeky Girl Sarah says, "To do, more like to don't. Am I right?" Yes. Anasir 404 says, "How are you able to write code without AI? I need the tip." I have been writing code without AI since 26. No, it has to be before 2016 because I graduated in. Yeah, so I've been writing code without AI for like somewhere between 12 plus years. Geeky Girl Sarah says, "What you don't see is she implanted an AI chip in her head." Yes, it is called my brain. And as Sarah says, "I'm struggling. I swear I do not know how I can make it with this AI." So if you're talking about writing code without AI, normally what I do is I find existing examples. So for example, I'm looking at this, right? This is my data involvements, and here's a quote style that says square brackets users and a value style of plain. I'm gonna grab those 4 lines, and then I'm gonna come down here to the CFP, right? And I'm gonna put that right in here between the schema and the blank lines. Now, this users exists in involvements, but it doesn't exist in mine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna update it to the values that I need. Now, I don't know what goes here in this value style, right? So let me try searching this file for value style, colon. Let's see, there's a bunch of plain ones. Here's one called literal. Oh wait, what was that? Ah, double. Now I'm looking for double quotes, so this is probably the one that I want. I'm gonna come back down here to my value style, and I'm gonna put double in here. Let's see. Next, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, okay, so what field do I need double quotes for? I need double quotes for name. Gonna save that, and then I'm gonna test it to see if that works. I'm gonna run my generator test, and I'm gonna see if this affected the output of my yerba file. All right, let's see. What I'm seeing is I expected name, call for proposals to match, name, call for proposals, and it didn't work. Okay, so now I know that didn't work, and it's time to look at why. If I look at other examples, I see users, I see organizations. I know those work. I suspect the value style of double works because I've seen it before. It could have something to do with the ordering. So it goes schema, quote style, blank lines. I'm gonna try coming down here. Schema, quote style, schema, quote style, blank lines. Ah, I'm remembering something. Anas Eris does 404. Ah, nice. I see. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm looking for examples of the things that I'm trying to do. Now here's what I'm remembering. Earlier today, when I was making my tests, these weren't working. Was not generating these with double quotes, but it did generate them in the actual file. Geeky Girl Cyrus says, do you learn best by reading video tutorials, online courses, something else? Ooh, that's a good point. It might be a good idea to try a couple of different options and see which one helps you learn. Now I'm gonna pout. Oh, you're so warm. Oh my god, come here. Ooh, you're so warm and I am so cold. I'm gonna grab you. That's nice. I like that. That's very good. This sucks. Macro says, I assume you have the save apply true? Yeah, but it didn't work in the tests earlier. I'm gonna go with a different approach. Okay, so this is read, this is document.each, this is document.save, this is cfp entry.delete. Then what am I gonna do? Yep. Document. Delete that one. CFP with name and link found. Ah, this is if it is found. Yes. Document.each. I think what I can do is I can delete this. And I can just do that. De-indent that. Okay. Yeah, and I can delete that too now. So I'm gonna parse the file because I know it's gonna be valid. It's gonna have that square bracket. I'm gonna go through here and I'm gonna find any of these and delete them. Then before I create it and append it to the file, I'm just gonna be a little terror. And I'm gonna take any instance of an array and I'm just gonna get rid of it. Wait, what is this? Why is this not working? Empty character class. To the regex. G sub file, CFP file. I'm gonna append a file. Then I'm gonna go in here, get status, get restore. Is this one? Okay. I'm gonna run my tests again. Yeah, Glass says, ChaelCodes, your whole setup is aesthetic. Thank you. I appreciate that. Not sure I agree, but I think about that. Let's see. Brian0404 says, I did try online courses. I think I will go back to reading. Geeky Girl Sarah says, so I think if you're using AI early, you don't understand the concepts of what it's doing that much, whereas if I use it, I absolutely know pretty much what AI is doing. The idea would be if you try to find some learning mechanism and follow the examples, do everything yourself. The act of doing should help you learn. Geeky Girl Sarah says, I'll also say that knowing the language and knowing how to program are almost two different things. Just like knowing how to use a saw doesn't mean you're building a house. Once you've learned parts of the language, start trying to use it on your own and just do things with it. Again, practice and just doing things helps teach your brain how it all works. I typically think of AI as like a multiplier of something that I'm already doing. So like the validators that we were working on earlier, I could probably give an AI those tickets that I wrote earlier for the validators, and it could just churn something out for me. Markarot says, hold on, append to file does flow through Yerba. No, append to file is... It used, like, the way that I had just written it did. Oh, it does not flow through Yerba. Yeah, it did before. Yes. Yes. So that was... I've restored this, and I've gone back to the original file. And I've just G-subbed, because I tried writing it in Yerba, and it was not working. Geeky Girl Sarah says, my instinct is always to want to cram reading, watching super quickly, then try to be perfect at it, and it doesn't work. I only get better by following along, even if I've done like a dozen programming languages at this point. Yeah, okay, so which one's broken? Expected link to do to not match link blank to do. Okay, let me go look at this example. Okay. Okay. Assert no match link to do. Okay, let me check this out. Update CFP if called twice with the same name. Eliminate validated file. Run event series RubyConf event 2023 name call for proposals. This is name call for proposals, and then it's got a link to do in it. Good. Then I'm going to run the generator a second time, and it's going to delete that with Yerba. Okay, and then I'm going to do event series RubyConf event 2023, which is the same one. Name call for proposals, same name, link example.com/CFP. All right, let me look at the CFP generator. If the CFP entry... Okay, I need to save. Yes, right now I'm not saving. Yes. I mean, I guess I can add the if existing CFP. Geeky Girl Sarah says, kind of like Chael said, I'd say my best use of AI right now, when I use it, is to speed up what I'm trying to do, but I already know what I'm trying to do, so my prompts are framed around that. In the end, I still have to review my code, make sure it matches what I need, there aren't any problems. Also, sometimes you can learn good practice if you review its work too, but I think you won't learn programming from scratch just through AI. I learn a lot from like looking at it, and one of the things that I'm kind of doing is kind of prompting. A lot of my... America's gonna hate this. A lot of my work on Yerba has been me writing the Ruby test, going in and writing the Rust test, then having AI come up with a solution that satisfies that test, reading through the Rust code as thoroughly as possible, trying to understand what it's doing, modifying and running tests, and just kind of like iterating on that. Yeah. And just kind of like trying to understand what it's doing and why it's doing. But like, that's one way of using it, is to create like a specification for it and have it work against that specification. And then it's kind of like having a pairing partner where you're doing like red-green testing, but your pairing partner is a robot. So I think there are ways that you can learn from AI. It's passing! Yay! Oh, great! cfp-pm. And we're just gonna put in here CFP generator updated for new Yerba version. Breaking change! Yeah, that makes me laugh. E. Okay, and then we'll look at this one. Let me expand this so I get a better view of what's going on. Okay. Yes to all that. So what I did here is my header.yaml.tt now has an empty array in it, which means that Yerba will always be able to parse the file. And then I just gsub. Perfect. Yep, I'm happy with that. Git push. Markara says you can learn a lot from AI, but you cannot really learn to code from scratch by exclusively using AI. Yeah, and I would say that like sitting there and being like, I'm gonna write the test for this. You write me like one method. That's a good example of that. I'm gonna trim this now. I'm gonna trim it again. You gonna run away? Also, a lot about learning to code is to troubleshoot and dissect problems. You can get there by prompting an AI, but you lie to yourself by short-circuiting your learning opportunities. I would agree with that. Okay. Okay. We bumped Yerba. Try git branch, git checkout, involvements, generator, no, git restore, Yerba file. Okay. I want to like run those tests. Involvements. Markara says we bumped Yerba and wrote a horrible G-sub. A wonderful G-sub. A G-sub that I'm about to emulate. Phantom Glitch says, just realized this is the longest you streamed in a hot minute, 10 hours and counting. The last time I did a stream like this was the Dev2 thing. This is entirely the fault of that Rubocop PR and the fact that I drank Yerba like 4 or 5. I'm gonna be in so much trouble. Okay. Document root is not set. Use document root equals this first. Test generator updates existing involvements file. Okay. Involvements. Generator. Okay, let me see this. Can I just append? I could. But I don't really need it. Phantom Glitch is wired on the Yerba. Wired on the Yerba. Yeah, I will say, in cases where we need more to-dos, I think it makes sense. But we don't really need to-dos for the CFPs. Or for the involvements. For the videos, I think it makes a lot of sense. For the videos, I might actually adapt to do like a delete and create. Alt-tab, bump Yerba. Back to pull request. It's running. It's on the smoke test. It's on the smoke test. Geeky Girl Sarah says, Anasiro404, were we helpful at all, or do you have questions? Geeky Girl Sarah says, I think my cats are confused because normally at this point I'm in the living room playing with cats and watching TV or playing video games. I'm still in the office on the computer and both cats are near my desk napping, and they keep occasionally looking up to see if I'm done yet. My cats are slightly confused because the kids keep feeding them. I let Cece feed the cats once, and now every time she's downstairs, she's like, Can you open this? She's like, I want to feed the cats. Like, no uncertainty about it. Like, she's like, I have the right to feed these cats. So yeah, this goes in, we rebase. I won't need to bundle install. Down here. It's very cold. Yes. Have a blanket. Come on. Merge this. Rebase the involvements. Run the involvements. See if they work. And if they don't work, cry. Because the one thing that didn't seem to be working on Yerba was like the single quotes versus double quotes on the CFP. But again, I think that first rule. And Monkey Man says, you okay there, ma'am? No. Marco Ross says, we don't use pry anymore. Did I say pry? I don't remember saying pry. I want to go to sleep. I want to go to bed. But yeah, the one thing that didn't work in Yerba was single quotes versus double quotes. And I think it's because the first set of rules don't apply. Fandom Glitch says, usually by this point on a Sunday, I've gone to bed, smashed my night coffee, and doom scrolled. I would like to. I would like to. I think that sounds nice. Actually, you know what I've been doing lately? I mentioned this earlier. I have been watching this guy like cook, and I love it so much. Especially the Making My Wife's Pregnancy Cravings ones. I like it. Phantom Glitch says, I love Ian, he's so good. Yes. It worked. Bye, Ian. It worked. It worked. Okay, it passed. I'm gonna bump Yerba. Bump it. Bump it, bump it, bump it, bump it, bump it! Delete the branch! Okay. Git. Fetch. Excellent. Git. Rebase -I. Upstream. Main. Please, 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 please. Please, please, Yerba, please. Okay. Run the tests. Phantom Glitch says it passed and Chael suddenly started vibrating with excitement. I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed. I want to finish this involvements generator and I want to go to bed. I want to crawl. It passed. It passed. It passed. Gigirosaurus says, ask AI to finish it and go to bed. Kidding. I promise the AI does not know to bump Yerba. Russ says, you watching the World Cup game. Okay. And the answer is no. I'm writing an involvements generator. Git push. Git push -f. Okay. you're done. Where are you? Back to pull request. Okay, come on. Okay, all I have to do is get this passing, schedule my next stream on YouTube. No. Get this passing, run credits, schedule my next stream on YouTube, eat some actual food, and then go to bed. Because again, all I've eaten is 2 teeny tiny chocolate things and fancy organic beef jerky all day. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. I did stream for 10 hours. That part's my fault. Let's see. Geeky Girl Sarah says, looks like a meal to me. Lives of the Straight Bar is complaining because I refused lunch.
That I made.
That Lifts of the Straight Bar made. But it was justified.
You don't like sauerkraut and sausage?
Yes, he made a bowl full of sauerkraut and sausage. Where the sausages were all kind of burnt. And then it was just like a whole bunch of sauerkraut surrounding them all. Did you like it? Did the kids like it? Cece likes burnt sausages. Marco says it sounds like a very German meal to me. Ken agrees. But also, like, it's a bowl full. Kiki Girl Sarah says, okay, new idea, no AI, just make the kids code it so you go to bed. The kids are in bed already. I don't care that they're probably too young to program. Try anyway. I did. I was working on a very like linter heavy PR, and like 90% of everything is like automated, but there are a couple of things that I still retain permissions on. Like I retain control over the commit message, the PR description, and everything. So like basically anything that's like, yeah, anything where like I care about the results, I like. Anything that involves communicating with my teammate, I don't let AI do. For a while, Claude was like really into like sending comments and messages to my teammates, and I had to tell Claude like never do that. But like for this one PR, I was just kind of like, it's a linter one. I know it's gonna knock this out of the park. I keep the permissions for me, but like I just want it to like do the thing and run all the like scripts and stuff like that. And I don't have all the bash scripts done yet. So I did kind of like hand the computer to my sister and go, just hit enter every single time it pops it like a question. So technically my sister opened a PR for me. Let's see. Oh, Fandom Glitch says, if I watch football, it's to laugh at them when they fall over. And Marcus says, they're about to... Fandom Glitch says, this will be awkward then, because I have a barbecue with my Mexican aunt who loves football in a few weeks. Yeah. There have been a couple of, like, funny moments. Yeah. I actually did watch the Germany-Paraguay game, but only the end. So, like, I came in when they went into, like, overtime, and then they tied, and then I was there for them, like, kicking the goals and everything. Doing the penalties. Not the penalties, the whatever it is, where they did, like, the 5, and then they did, like, 1 again because they were still tied after 5. My sister was like, this was a huge upset! Everybody said Germany was gonna win. My girl says, penalties, yeah. Yes. Are they penalties? Because it was like the timer. My girl says, you saw the best thing. Yes, I saw the end. I saw... That's the only That one, and I went to a bar with my sister and we saw some of, I'm trying to remember. The guy had like the sharpest cheekbones I've ever seen in my life. Were they Scandinavian? And then who were they fighting against? I don't remember. We didn't catch much of that game. I was paying attention for the Germany-Paraguay one. Fandom Glitch says England, Mexico 2-1 at the moment. Should be a fun one. These scores are so low. I know, like, that's the point. Like, when you're at the peak, you're like, but it just feels like they're really, really low. The smoke test is almost done. Which is good. I want to know what all of these are. Required dependency is deprecated without replacement and will be removed in Rails 9. If the call is an old one. Required dependency. Who is doing this? Oh, is it the Avo base controller? Avo associations controller. Avo attachments controller. Avo charts controller. Ooh, okay. Yes. It did the thing. Ah, squash and merge. Confirm squash and merge. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay, delete merge. Yes. Okay. Smicra says, that's what we get for running on Rails main. Fandom Glitch says, I can't say Mexico is at their peak with 10 shots, 3 on target, and only 1 goal. Okay. It's done. I have successfully... God, we did so much. We made RuboCop review YAML files. What else did we do? We got an involvements generator set up. We bumped Yerba on the actual app. You know what? Let me pull this up. I'm gonna do this. Phantom Glitches, good night, Chael. I'm gonna make a chili now. That takes a long time to do, it sounds like. Thank you for following Ravisher and Cozy Azeroth. I know I've had more than that moderator in there. I really have to look into a better credits. But yeah. Yeah, that was a lot. Let me look at closed. Let me look at ChaelCodes. Yeah, we refactored validations into an array. We added RubyConf 2026 lightning talk details. We did an involvements generator and we bumped Yerba. That was a lot. Gigiro says, oh, the credits are missing. Hilarious banter. Gigiro Saris. Ew, Monkey Man says, credits. Oh, we're leaving. Oh. Phantom Glitch says it's 3:30 and it takes 45 minutes, so I'll be eating at 5 a.m. That's what I'm saying. Like, that feels like a long time. I like this new placement. I'm gonna sit here from now on. And I'm gonna, like, shift a bunch of this stuff around. So the next time you see me, I'm gonna be just, like, a little bit further over. Macross says, I don't see anything wrong with that. I do. Okay. Y'all are great. I love you. Phantom Glitch says, remember, look at the meme. I will. And Monkey Man says, thank you for the stream, the company, and the experience. It has been fun. Thank you. Bye.